When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Ahead of the Rittenhouse trial, race seen as underlying issue, of course, anti-Whiteism at the core of everything in the modern West. We will tackle that article. Spike's objections in last week's thread concerning some comments I made about someone advising folks to unmask. We will discuss your comments, a couple of calls on this Halloween, a Promethean Halloween. And to all of you adult children who are currently watching or listening with your parents or guardians, answer. Boogers. Question. What is in a ghost's nose? And we are going free. A good Sunday evening, Monday morning. It is 5 p.m. in Washington, D.C. I think 8 a.m. in Sydney, 9 in London, and midnight in Moscow. We are going free. Wonderful to see all of you. Remember, while we are together in this gathering on this Halloween, and great to see you all, that you may financially gift. And you can do so on Entropy. You can do so on Cash App. Both of those URLs are in the description below. You may also do so over on Odysee. And just make sure that it's more than $1, because they'll take just about half of that $1 if you decide to give only $1. Please ask questions and comments. tag me as No White Guilt. If you do so on YouTube or what have you, it'll be over to my right, your left. If you do so on D Live or on Odysee, it'll be to my left, your right. Those screens are open, and it appears that Odysee is actually working. And damn, I look good. And that's surprising because I don't feel magnificent. But I decided, but first I was like, well, I'm just gonna get on Avatar and we'll just muscle through it. But then I was just like, screw it. I don't care. I don't care that I haven't had enough sleep in days and days and days. But we're gonna have a great time in this going free, and we're gonna make up a lot of time on those who are out there just drinking and carousing and doing things on Halloween that they shouldn't be doing. And while they are, it's like I felt like in sports and in education, while everybody was out screwing off, I was steady at work and knowing the entire time that I was making up ground or I was getting further ahead as a consequence. But we are, nonetheless, the best kept secret out there in service to white well-being and the white sympathetic sphere. And a big thank you to Fornell adding that verbiage on the bottom. That's absolutely the case. We are the best kept secret. You may, please do not forget this, you may financially gift with cryptocurrency. And a little bit of cryptocurrency goes a long way for white positivity right now. You can find those addresses by going over to nowhiteguilt.org, and you'll see a financial gift tab. You can click on that and you'll see those cryptocurrency addresses listed there. You will also see a snail mail address at which you can write yours truly. And I love the mailbag. So if you send me anything, I will love getting it. But that is the case. You may head on over there and financially gift by way of cryptocurrency. And we need those financial gifts because unlike other groups out there that are able to throw big get-togethers and pay for the food and pay for the everything, and somehow they don't need money from regular folks to be able to do that. Where's that money coming from? Who knows? Who knows? I do want to thank a financial gifter. Right as we get started, financially gifting this past week, an anonymous financial gifter. Thank you so very much. Financially gifting $47.06. Thank you so very much. That was on the 27th. Thank you so much for that financial gift. I deeply appreciate that. We also have, to get started here, we have, let's see, it's El Busca, financially gifting $10. Thank you so very much for that. And I will take a look at the link that you have shared there. First opportunity I get. Thank you so very much. Is okay. Well, it's looking clear. The screen is looking clear over here. Is your YouTube, if you're watching on YouTube, is it nice and clear? Okay. It does appear to be the case. It does appear to be that it is clear. So it's great to see you all. And we will get right into the work of the hour. Hey, did you all watch Tap's Halloween special yesterday? It was magnificent. If you haven't had an opportunity to see it, we played For Null and Jared George's brand new song, Eye to Eye. We'll be playing that as well tonight. Raymond says, looking good. Well, thank you so very much. I appreciate that. Look at the champs that are here. Even on Halloween, Brad C is with us, a great champ. Steve Azimuth Clark is with us. Great to see you. But so is Patrick of Southtown, like comedies, Naderific, Brand Danger, Promethea Epoch, the great For Null, of course, Noticer, and who else do we have here? Simon JJ and Jonas says either Jason starts an hour earlier or Europe just switched. Europe switched, my friend. We're on the same time, but we'll be moving soon enough. Apostle of Enlightenment. What is this? Woody Black. Hello and welcome. I don't think I've seen your name before. Hey, look, the great Jared George is with us here on Halloween. Who else is showing up on Halloween tonight? These are the real diehards, right, folks? We're the ones who are in the gym. We're the ones who are working hard when everybody else is messing around. Roy Danton is with us. Great to see you, brother. How many other champions? I know I saw the sweet Double Sweet Carlisle Cockatoo is with us. Great to see you. And the great Biospirit of the West. Wonderful to see you, dear brother. Hello to you. 0022. Hello. Buck is here as well. Magnificent. The Watcher as well. Why don't we have a hell of a good time? And then everybody else, when they come back from their carousing and whatever else they'll be doing, they'll wonder, wait, how did they get so far out ahead of us? Because we never rest. Because we never rest. I'll rest. I'll get plenty of time to rest when the heart stops ticking. Until then, we're just going to keep on plugging away. We'll keep on ticking the other direction. So let me check entropy really quickly just to make sure it is indeed. Yes, it is up and running. And right now, we're going to start off with Vulture Man, financially gifting just this quick over there. And I see Anglo America writes, hey, has just shown up in the live chat. Hey, tell all your friends, the ones who are serious about white well-being, the ones who want to recapture our destiny, that we're here and we're loud and we're making it happen while everybody else just, and you know what, folks, we're going to see like things come and go. We're going to see things get popular, things die down, things get, imagine how I felt. I was doing this. Imagine how I felt when the alt-right fad came about. Imagine how it was a big fad. Everybody got interested in it. And I was like, this is not going to last. Shut up, Jason. Shut up. No, it's not going to last. I'll tell you why. And I told people why. No, you're just trying to pull everything down. Why can't everybody just get along? Well, we want to recapture our destiny, right? Isn't that the objective? So then shouldn't I criticize that which is not going to work? Oh, and it didn't work. And it didn't work. And then everybody got morose and said, now nothing can work. And I try to tell people, don't build yourself up too much on this fad, like bell bottoms, like those collars that went out to here in the 70s. First Last is here. Great to see you, brother. We just see the IQ points keep ticking up through the stratosphere. Coconut is here. Hello to you. Great to see you. Yeah, forget about this Halloween thing. We're busy saving the world, right? White Rider just showed up. Great to see you, brother. So we're going to get into that. We're going to get into, who was I? Does anybody know? Anybody want raise a hand? Who was I talking about last week when I was talking about unmasking? Because people came back and people were saying if I was talking, they were asking me if I was talking about someone across the pond, and I was not. So I was not. Who knows? Does anybody know who I was talking about? We're going to be talking about that because Spike from the community, I don't know how, whether he considers himself white positive. We'll see. We'll read through the messages again. But he respectfully objected. And I want to go through that. We'll go through that in just a little bit. Funnel is hitting the nail, is hitting the Nazi right on the head. Warren Baylog. Correct, sir. Well, we're actually very grateful for this past week. And don't do it. Don't say, oh my God, Jason called him a Nazi. No, you see, he calls himself a Nazi. So we're very grateful that this past week, Warren was on with Tim, and he really drew the dividing line. And there should be a lot of apologies pouring in to yours truly right now, because I said things about the NJP and the direction, and people came out of the woodwork and said, no, it's not this. And even Spike here, as respectfully as he was, came out and said, no. They said they're not National Socialists. But they are. They are National Socialists, not in the sense of a socio-political ideology that they are trying to interpret, and they're trying to reevaluate what exactly does it mean, and can it be applied to the peoples of the West today? Can it be applied to our civilization? Not some sort of I guess approach like that, but no, indeed a adulating of Adolf Hitler National Socialism, a Roman saluting National Socialism. And those are different things. So, but we're going to get into this first story. Oh, but no, first we're going to go to Vulture Man, $10 financial gift. Baldor has just shown up. So has Flame Frozer. Well, that's interesting. Great name. And Elaine Sabatino, hey, look at this stuff. Did I get to show this kind of fun? We'll talk more about this magnificent stuff that Elaine made. Vulture Man, though, financially gifts $10 to get us started here on this gathering on Halloween. And writes with that $10, just drop by to send some dough. I really appreciate that. I really do, because it's Halloween. How many, people are going out to parties, they're taking their children out, and not many people likely to show up. I am under the weather. I don't think I'm sick. I'm just too few hours of sleep on too many days awake. And I was just like, it's just like with sports. I know so many of you know the exact same thing, right? You're like, you feel not good. And you're like, well, I'm going to go to work because I get paid at work. I'm going to go to the gym because I can work out at the gym. I'm going to go to do the job because the job's got to get done, right? I'm going to go paint the house because even whether I'm not feeling well or not, it's still got to get painted, right? So saving the world still has to get done. So when I'm on the ventilator or something, wheel the camera up in front of me, and we'll just pop it out for breaths, the hose for my oxygen, and we'll still roll that way, all the way up until the ticker stops going. Thank you so much, Vulture Man. I appreciate it. Hey, let's read this garbage from the Associated Press. Can everybody hear me okay? Is the audio okay? I haven't had the opportunity to check the normal pre-show, pre-gathering things because of the state. And not the state as in the United States, but the state of my being. We can all pretend that we are in top form no matter what, right? And still, I look better than they do. It doesn't matter how bad a shape I'm in. Ahead of Rittenhouse trial, race, seen as underlying issue, types this drunken bastard over at the Associated Press. It's got a picture of this kid. And you know the thing, it's really appropriate too, this particular article. I want to thank Carlisle for this article. Thank you so very much for sending this. This is really appropriate because, we're talking about in a bit this dividing line between, do you want to worship Adolf Hitler as a National Socialist, or do you want to recapture our destiny for our people, for white well-being? Now, this kid went out there, and these sort of comments about people need to go out during these anti-white terrorism, these anti-white shock troops, these anti-white terror troops that were in the streets, these anti-white occupying armies that were taking over the streets. And we said, don't go out. Whatever you do, do not go out, because the law will be used against you. It will be dilated against you. They will throw you in jail forever. You will get tried. The opposition, the anti-whites in the streets will be given license by the anti-whites in the seats. And every law that they break, they'll just be allowed to eat. They won't get arrested, or if they do get arrested, they'll be overcharged and then released, or undercharged and then released. It doesn't matter. And we saw that, of course, but ask CNN, ask the Associated Press about the whether or not that's true. But nonetheless, others were out there saying, particularly the type that worship Adolf Hitler and are National Socialists, and they were saying things like folks need to go out and they need to shoot a bunch of these people. Do you remember that kind of garbage? And I said, that is extremely dangerous to say things like that. Is extremely dangerous to laud that kind of behavior, to celebrate that kind of behavior, because impressionable people, it's totally irresponsible. Impressionable people will end up going out and doing something and then getting themselves into a lot of trouble, and unnecessary. It's not going to accomplish anything. It wasn't going to stop the race terrorism. And then, of course, we saw Kyle ended up going out and took an AR-15, I believe it was, and went out into the streets to protect property that wasn't even his. And of course, he ended up, and how is he? We asked all of these questions afterward. How is he on? You're going to see the exterior of how he presents himself, right? And is he going to be morose in public, or is he going to be fine in public with having killed people? You never know how that's going to end up landing on someone, how that's going to affect them psychologically, right? Then also time spent in jail. What happened in jail? While he's usually things not good happen in jail. Many good people have in the white sympathetic sphere have gone to jail, and not good things happen there, and traumatizing things happen there. And then you, of course, you have the fear for your family, what happens to you, all of these sorts of things, and all of these other people. And I get where they're coming from, and I can talk to that as well. But they come out and they celebrated the behavior of this kid. Now that was beyond irresponsible, because that will encourage others to behave in the same way, ruining their lives. So the kind of people who are thought leaders or organizational leaders or content producers, what do you think of them now? If they would engage in speech that would ruin, destroy, end people's lives, who end up heeding the things that they say, who end up falling prey to the context and the environments of celebration that they engender, what do you think of them? They don't give a damn. They don't give a damn about the people's lives, our brothers and sisters. And I don't even know, can somebody tell me, is Kyle actually, is he white? Rittenhouse? Is he white? I don't know. But maybe Associated Press can get back to us. But nonetheless, so there is an association to what we'll be talking about. There's a linkage there to what we'll be talking about. But we will get underway. I see that Jilly is here and JK160. Great to see you both. Hello, hello. And Rain Man is with us. And Rundus is with Summer Lee also. Wow, more people showing up than... Great to see you. So is Franklin Peanut. Sound is good, says Brad C. Thank you for getting. And thank you for getting back to us. Simon JJ says Jason is saving the world. Well, we could say that about every single person in this community because we are shoulder to shoulder, my friends. Nothing is going to stop us. So let's get into this. Kyle Rittenhouse, the aspiring. Now, keep in mind, we are listening to the typing of a maniacal, anti-white sadist. They're just sick individuals, and you're going to hear that in every bit of the article. Kyle Rittenhouse, the aspiring police officer who gunned down 3 people in Kenosha, Wisconsin during a, how do they say it there actually? Can I do that a little bit? I'll do it behind the microphone. Wisconsin. During a protest. They wouldn't be upset that I said that. Stop it. That's how they say it, isn't it? Stop it. Wisconsin. During a protest in the summer of 2020, a protest, that's what it was. It was an anti-white terror siege of that city. That's what it was. An anti-white terror siege of the city. In 2020, it was against racism. No, it was an anti-white terror siege. And this has nothing to do with looting, nothing to do with rioting. This is a militaristic action. We need to frame these things properly. We need, even when your favorite content creator in the white sympathetic sphere is talking about how they're just a bunch of looters, in your head you need to be like, oh, little puppy, little baby. I understand. You don't get it yet. That's fine. It's not about the looting. It's not about rioting. Those things happen, but it is a militaristic action. These are people who have been programmed to behave this way as a result of the anti-white narrative. But here's the thing that you really have to take away from this. Please, 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 please write this down on your soul. I discovered a long time ago, and some of you will have discovered this as well a long time ago, that the anti-whites who run the regime, they control the media, they control the universities, or they dominate the media, they dominate the universities, they dominate our governments, they dominate everywhere you go. They are the ones who get to decide what happens in history. So this tool, for example, and maybe I'll be weaving these strands together the whole way we go. Oh, so about what I meant to say earlier too was it was not Andreas. I know people were saying, was it Andreas? No, it was Warren. It was not Andreas that I was talking about. I didn't even hear Andreas or what he had to say week before last. It was Warren. And this is just differences of opinion between, Warren and myself and NJP and where they're going. But I'll be weaving these two things together. Warren and the NJP, Warren actually said while he was on with Tim that people need to, how did he phrase it? I've got still going through and grabbing quotes so that nobody out there can misrepresent me anymore and say that I'm fibbing or something of this nature. But Warren said something about people need to learn the truth about history. So that is one of those tools that we've talked about before. I think there are 5 I've named that are inside the anti-white narrative. One of those tools is revisionist history. Let me tell you, another word for attempting to recapture our destiny with revisionist history is suicide. You do not get to tell people, and I accepted this a long time ago, you do not get to tell people what really happened. The only people who are going to agree with you about what really happened are going to be the ones who already agree with you. And that number is too small. We'll never recapture our destiny. So I sat down and I thought, if anything that happens, not just in the past, but something that happens in the future that then becomes the past as we move forward in time, the anti-whites, watch this, folks. Remember, we're going to have to be, if the anti-whites have 200 IQ level of control, we have to have 201 level IQ level of control, of resistance, of recapturing our destiny. If in the future something happens, and Kyle was far in the future, far in the future. You know what? Kyle wasn't even born yet when I thought of this. So, but then Kyle would happen. And then Kyle and what happened, what he did would be in the past. And I realized, projecting, the anti-whites would be able to tell the world what happened with Kyle. And they're able to do that. So what do we need? The tool of revisionist history and what really happened is total bunkum. It is total hogwash. It is as useless as tits on a bull. It is absolutely worthless. So what we needed were concepts to be able to handle, to be able to parry and defeat at any point in any timeline what the anti-whites would bring before us as the excuses, as the etc., to put us in the position of immorality and them in the position of morality. We needed to seesaw that on them no matter what they did, no matter how many pretexts they brought forward, no matter how much rewriting of history. Why in God's name do people continue to listen to folks who make the argument, like Warren did, that people need to, and that everyone else makes these arguments? The whole TRS crowd makes these arguments. Everywhere else they make these, people need to know the truth about what really happened. You don't get to decide because you are pipsqueak. They have all the power in the world. So I figured out a way to overcome all that power wherever they try to apply it. No matter what they do. In 5 years from now, Kyle, they could decide that Kyle was at once a MAGA leader and a Nazi leader and a fascist leader and a moon landing leader and whatever else. And they could put that in all of the papers. They could revisit it. And guess what everyone would think? They would think whatever they want them to think. So all of your pipsqueakery of going out and saying, no, revisionist history, that's not the way it really happened. Nobody will give a shit. None. Zero. Stop talking. Instead, you need to be able to empower people. Yeah, I figured it out. Does that hurt your feelings, folks out there? I don't give a damn. We have to recapture our destiny. Instead, you have to be able to empower people so that no matter what they say in the future, we and our people will have the tools, the concepts to swing the moral, immoral scenario, to teeter-totter it in the other direction. If they have had, and they have had, a 200 level IQ of psychological warfare waged against us, we have to be 201 in the defense against the psychological warfare, and we are there. We just need people to get their heads out of their goddamn asses. So, let's see. That's very important. Write it on your soul so that you can get this idea, this absolutely useless tool of revisionist history. You can take it out of yourself and you can feed it to a wood chipper after running it through the garbage disposal. The so-called author of this piece from the Associated Press, by the name of Aaron Morrison. Kyle Rittenhouse, aspiring police officer. How would he read it? Does anybody have any ideas? How would he type it? What would it sound like? Like somebody with a helium balloon as we reach the bottom of the 5th hour on the East Coast, United States, where a very, very disoriented, very old man in a White House is wishing everybody a Merry Christmas today. Kyle Rittenhouse, inspiring police officer, who gunned them down, 3 people in Kenosha, Wisconsin, during a protest against racism. That's what it was. It was a protest against racism. Types Morrison, Aaron. Let's see. A protest against race, the anti-white concept, anti-white slur of racism and police brutality is white. That's this first sentence that the bastard types. You really think they are this hardcore anti-white? At the Associated Press, where everybody else is copying this garbage, either verbatim or very close, and then putting it in every single paper, on every single blog, etc., that they can control. And do you really think that you have a chance with the tools inside the anti-white narrative? Kyle Rittenhouse, I just want to do it again. Kyle Rittenhouse, the aspiring police officer who gunned down 3 people in Kenosha, Wisconsin during a protest against racism and police brutality, is white. Well, according to Aaron, Kyle is white. So I don't know if he is, though, but or if he identifies as white. Maybe he's half white, maybe he's mostly white, and who knows where he identifies, though. My guess, though, is that if he's got any non-white in blood in him, he is, or heritage, he's going to identify as non-white. That's my guess. Because in the real world, identifying as a white person, especially a white male, is a major detriment. So were those he shot? Wait a second, Aaron. No, I don't think all the people he shot were white. Let's continue. But for many, his trial next week, which is, of course, underway now, his trial next week will be watched closely as the latest referendum on race. There you have it. There you have it. How many times? I wish I were this right when it came to picking lotto numbers. My God. I would sit on the world if I were this right with lotto numbers. Good God. Everything. We talked about the cop, has nothing to do with that cop and what supposedly happened there. It has everything to do with the anti-white narrative. Remember me, all of these, I've told every single time we talk about this, nothing to do. Why is it that your other content creators are talking about the details of the case? Why is it that the organization leaders are talking about the details of the cases? Why? It has nothing to do with the details of the cases. An anti-white, just Jason's been telling you, now that an anti-white like AA Ron is telling you, and flat out, it's all about the anti-white narrative. It's a referendum on race. And that means white people are always guilty and non-white people are always innocent. Let me hear now from all of those others out there who are saying, well, it's not fair. They get to do it and we don't get to do it. You know what? Shut up. Shut up. I've been without sleep. So I'm impatient. I'm impatient. Don't come within arm's reach. I might take my belt off. But for many, his trial next week will be watched closely as the latest referendum on race and the American legal system. So there you have it. It's the anti-white narrative where white people are always guilty, non-white people are always innocent. And then if the American legal system, according to the anti-white here, doesn't find against Kyle, then the American legal system is broken. Quote, make the connection, said Justin Blake. Make the connection, said Justin Blake, a black man whose nephew Jacob was a key part of the backstory of this case. Quote, this is clearly black and white. Whoa, profound thought from Justin Blake. Rittenhouse was 17 when he used an AR style semi-automatic rifle. Was it an AR-15 or not? To kill 2 people and wound a third during the summer of 2020. He had gone to Kenosha, he said, to protect property from protesters who took to the streets in anger days after Jacob Blake was shot in the back by a white Kenosha officer. Now, they are still, of course, Aaron, the anti-white, is pointing out here that the officer is white. They always do this. Now, it could, if it was a non-white officer, they would just say police, and then the word police is the stand-in for white people. And then, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. Certainly MSNBC can correct me if I'm wrong, or CNN. But didn't this guy, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but didn't this guy who was shot in the back, didn't he say afterward that he was going to get a knife or something like this, or that the police absolutely would have concluded that he was going to get a knife? I mean, I might be wrong. I don't remember. Maybe I'm mixing up. There are so many of these incidents. And you know, the easiest way to fix the problem that all of these anti-whites have with police, leave. It's very simple. Go away. We don't need you. It's this, you always complain about the interaction, so go away. It's that simple. Okay, let's see. To protect property, okay. White Kenosha officer Rittenhouse faces the equivalent of murder and attempted murder charges and could get life in prison. Now, I want you all to think seriously again about all of those content creators, organizational leaders, and I bring it to you because it's very important. This is not, I know a lot of people are suffering from bibs, and I know a lot of people are getting really just throwing tantrums, I mean, tweeting out a bunch of like iron crosses is an adult tantrum. It is you throwing yourself on the floor. You're probably wearing diapers, and you're just like kicking the floor and screaming and rolling around. That's the same thing. Now is not the time for that. Never is. Now is the time to be an adult. You don't like these stern words. I'll have some more sympathetic words in the next segment. But if you don't like the stern words, it's because adults like your parents never spoke to you the way that you should have been spoken to so that you could have grown up to be a man or a woman. Instead, you're a boy or a girl in adult bodies. Now's not the time to throw these tantrums. All these people went out and they said that celebrate, oh, it was awesome. They made memes and all this kind of stuff. This is a child. He's a kid, and he's facing murder charges. He will never. He could walk away from this tomorrow. They could say, okay, we absolutely are dropping the charges. You can walk away. He will never be the same. The fear, the nights of abject fear in his heart of spending the rest of his life in prison, that will never go away. He will never be fine again. And they don't care. All those people out, they don't give a damn. For them, it's something to throw a beer up to and maybe salute Hitler with a Roman, as Warren calls it. Maybe and have a big laugh and have a party, and some kid's life somewhere is ruined. Think about that. Think about that, what you want as a leader. It's a joke to them. I'm not talking specifically about Warren there. I'm saying in general, who do you want to lead the ideas that you choose to implement in your life for your success and the success of our people? What kind of morality are they using, or immorality? 17 years old. Jeez. This kid should be worrying about whether or not he's going to get, the lead in the play, or be able to, be first string on the offensive line, or whatever, be able to meet the roster call for the trumpet or whatever on the when the band goes on away games. I mean, whatever it is, right? That's what he should be worried about, instead of life in prison. Rittenhouse faces the equivalent of murder and attempted murder charges and could get life in prison. He has said he fired in self-defense after being attacked by protesters. Well, I saw videos, and the videos that I saw, if those are the videos of Kyle Rittenhouse and what happened, if those are the videos, the guy who I thought was Kyle Rittenhouse was clearly being attacked and was firing in self-defense. Now, he shouldn't have been out there. A father should have been there and said, no, son, no, you're not going to go down there. You're not going with an AR-15. You're not going down there at all. That's what should have happened. But I digress. And then all these people out there who will say, but when do we do something, Jace? Well, first of all, you learn to breathe oxygen with your mouth shut. That's the first thing you got to do. You're too damn dumb to think for the rest of us. So just shut your mouth, mouth breeder. Shut that mouth and let people with some IQ lead the recapture of our destiny. And you just do. You shut up. But what are we supposed to? Yeah, that's a great argument for a 17-year-old facing, who knows, he could have been killed that night. He could have died that night. And now he's facing life in prison. But what are we supposed to do? I don't know. You continue to sit online and celebrate a 17-year-old putting his life at risk of losing it and then forfeiting it for imprisonment? I guess that's what you do. What scumbags. Absolute scumbags. After the shooting, he drew sizable support from opponents of the Black Lives Matter movement and supporters of gun rights. See, that's why, another thing, they call it gun rights. Why in the hell are you calling it gun rights? It is the right to self-defense. After the shooting, he drew sizable support from opponents of the Black Lives Matter movement and supporters of gun rights. Pro-gun conservatives, no pro-self-defense conservatives, helped raise $2 million for his bail and legal defense. After he got out of jail, he was photographed with apparent members of the far right Proud Boys. So they're calling the Proud. You get it now, right? You know. And this is where the mouth breathers come out and say, well, they're going to call you Nazi, so you might as well be a Nazi, just like they're going to call you pedophile, so you might as well don't listen to any more of these people. So now we see once again, and what do we talk about here? You're going to engage in activities that are destructive for you personally and our people's well-being. And then what has to happen? Usually in the white sympathetic sphere, it's tens of thousands of dollars get wasted on legal issues. Like right now, tens of thousands of dollars are being wasted on legal issues for Charlottesville. Tens of thousands. But what are we supposed to do, Jason? I don't know, dumbasses. I've been talking about something that works for more than 15 years. The book has been available. So we've changed the language that the regime uses. The people who run the printing presses for the money and the newspapers and the universities and etc. We've changed the language they use. So stop asking, what are we supposed to do then? Because we have the strategy that's working. That's what we're supposed to do. So now you got $2 million to get him out. He should have never gone. $2 million could have been put to better use for White Wellbeing, could have been put to better use for the recapture of our destiny. Kyle could have spent that entire night distributing leaflets where he lives. He could have distributed hundreds and hundreds of leaflets that night. And who knows who he might have reached? Who knows? And then whoever he reached, who they would end up reaching. Leaflets, by the way, that incorporate the lexicon of going free so that we can recapture our destiny. Something that is proven, scientifically proven to work. It doesn't get any more provable than the goddamn things that we've been pushing now showing up all over Western civilization. Excuse my Latin, but that's just the truth. If Rittenhouse gets off, that would send an ominous message to Black America, Justin Blake said. So you see, he has to be burned at the stake. He has to be burned at the stake. What's going to happen now? What will happen? Is this a jury trial? Is it a bench trial? Or is it going to be like the last trial where they're afraid of, well, the city's going to burn, cities, the anti-white invasionary forces, terror troops are going to go out into the streets and burn our cities and towns. They're going to come out to where we live in suburbia. So they're going to find out who we are on the jury, if it's a jury trial, and then how are they going to make their decision? Let's be real. Let's be realistic here. If our country shows that you can shoot Caucasians who support us, then this country can. This is from Justin Blake. Then this country can never stand up in any international or global. Oh boy, thank you for just waxing on what the country, the morality of the country, moron. Then this international or global hearing and talk about human rights. White people, so according to Justin Blake, white people need to be executed or the country loses all of the respect that it could have from the rest of the world. This is the uncle said. He said if Rittenhouse goes free, white people will be able to, quote, boy, hyperbole here, ride down every African-American community and just have fun, like you're going hunting or something, close quote. Now, let me ask you, so that is disgusting. Does that happen anywhere in reality? No. The only place that sort of sentence can come from is pure fiction, the anti-white narrative. So what would happen on the other content creators and on the other shows, and what would happen with the other thought leaders at this point? Well, they would break out one of the other tried and terrible and always fail tools of data. How many, let's look at the paperwork. How many whites have gone down in trucks and shot people? Well, it just hasn't happened. And then how many times do we have non-white people going around gangland shooting style drive-bys? Well, it happens all the time. Well, guess what? You've been doing that now for over 100 years and you're still losing. and things are getting worse and worse. And we are, the water is up to here and we can barely get any air left, but you're still going to reach for the data. You're still going to ignore the success that we have here. Right? So, and this right here, this kind of a comment right here is what I was speaking to last night. We had an anti-white in the chat, kept talking about the anti-white narrative. And I just pointed out that's the anti-white narrative. That's just anti-white superstition. Why are you so anti-white? You've got to prove those things and you can't prove them. And the person kept trying to sidestep, and then you see, you end up with somebody who's either going to go one or two ways. Either that's somebody who's viciously anti-white and would slit your throat, or you end up with somebody who's going to say, oh my gosh, that's actually true. All of these things I've taken for granted, all of these things that are happening in fiction, in my books, in my movies, in my silver screen movies, and etc. I can't point to them anywhere in the world. And then they're going to reevaluate. And as I've said many times before, they don't have to become white positive. If they are merely frozen with indecision, that is as good as making them white positive, because then they are no longer a servant to those who victimize us. They're no longer a victimizer of ours. So, where are we? Go down hunting. Okay, Rittenhouse's lawyers have said he is not a white supremacist. Boy, that was a dumb thing for his lawyers to say. And his defense fund has said he was no part of a militia group. So what you're seeing there is the anti-white narrative. This could just, if you're in their story, the premise, you have two premises here, that automatically you have to defend yourself for being a white supremacist, and you have to defend yourself for being a militia member. Are you going to continue being in that story? Some activists also see a racial double standard in the way the Blake and Rittenhouse cases were handled. Oh, a racial double standard. Gee, I wonder what Aaron is about to say. Blake was shot 7 times and paralyzed at the door of his SUV as his children sat in the back seat. That's terrible for the children. I don't know exactly what was happening with this Blake guy, if that was the one I was remembering from earlier or not. But the children, it's terrible that he or the police or the both or whatever it is ended up in a scenario. He just should have given up. That's what you do. The police, you cannot win with the police. You just obey them. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. No, sir. No, ma'am. You can't win. I know firsthand because even when I was giving up to one, so I'm not talking from some place of having not dealt with police officers. Even when I was surrendering to one, he was, I don't know, he had a bad day. Maybe his wife cheated on him. I don't know what it is. But he decided to beat the hell out of me a little bit. And when he was, this is as a juvenile. And so I get it, but you still got to give up. You still have to surrender to the police. And so don't put yourself in a situation where you think you're going to be treated unfairly with police. Or if you're in that situation, you've got to surrender and then potentially live to fight another day. Blake having children in his car, he absolutely should have gotten on the pavement or not out of his car or whatever the situation was, hands out, legs out, not moving, yelling, my kids are in the car, my kids are in the car. That's what should have happened, because now the kids had to be present for him being shot 7 times by the police. Police say, responding to a domestic, they were responding to a domestic disturbance, tried to arrest him on outstanding warrant. And during a scuffle, a pocket knife fell from Blake's pants. Okay, so maybe it is the guy who maybe later said, was it an SUV though? I can't recall. Anyhow, so he's got an arrest warrant. You got to give up right then. So it's all his fault, period. I mean, they show up and they're like, you got an arrest warrant. You're arrested. You have an arrest warrant. So scuffle? No, you don't do that. Blake has said, but of course, if CNN tells you that he should have fought back, or the moral thing to do would be to murder the police there, then of course you need to get all voices, all sides of the equation. CNN has a very urbane take on things. Blake has said he picked the knife up and was prepared to surrender. No, why would you pick the knife up? Once he put it in the vehicle. Okay, so he picked up a knife and then while they have guns drawn, and then went back to his vehicle, which, by the way, is also a weapon. A vehicle is a weapon. It's a 2,000-pound weapon. After he was rushed to a hospital, police, you mean they took care of him? They didn't just let him die? Well, that seems to throw a kink in your story. Well, wait a second. You mean after they shot him, they rushed him to the hospital? Police briefly handcuffed him to his bed. Of course, this is a person who fought with them. They don't know what state he's in. State prosecutor, and wasn't he a great big person? Like, he wasn't a little guy. It wasn't like he was going to get wrestled to the ground by a 12-year-old or anything. If I'm remembering the right guy. Enough of this guy, though. Let's see. After he was rushed to the hospital, state prosecutors declined to charge the officer, saying the knife justified the claim of self-defense. Federal prosecutors also declined to file charges. Well, why would they? They had a guy who had an arrest warrant, who just had police officers called on him for a domestic dispute. He refused to comply. They told him he was under arrest for the arrest warrant. He physically fought with them. A knife fell out of his pocket. He picked it up and then went and got in his car. So, of course, the only issue here is that the police officers were white, and the police represents the white race. And this was an opportunity, an excuse to victimize Western civilization. That's how that works. It wouldn't matter if he had turned around with an Uzi on full auto and was blazing away at the police officers. Aaron would be saying, well, why didn't the police officers first try to move out of the way of the bullets like they do on that movie, The Matrix? That was incumbent upon them to try to just move out of the way first. So since they didn't, victimize Western civilization. He and others were armed and professed to be... Okay, so Rittenhouse experienced a seemingly different response from law enforcement. He and others were armed and professed to be there protecting the city's businesses and homes after protesters set fires, there you have it again, and vandalized property. Oh, that's all they did was they just set a couple little fires and vandalized a little bit on 2 previous nights of unrest in Kenosha. And after weeks of sometimes violent demonstrations, Aaron had to even admit that, sometimes violent, you mean almost always, demonstrations around the U.S. over the police killing. Okay, so here comes the justification. It was perfectly legitimate what they did, according to Aaron, because the police killed somebody called George Floyd. Law enforcement officers saw Rittenhouse and other armed people, because the anti-whites, if a white person somewhere got killed by a non-white anti-white person, or just an anti-white, and then white people went out there and for weeks on, but of course we know they wouldn't do that, so we don't bother with that. Law enforcement officers saw Rittenhouse and many others armed people on the streets that night, despite a citywide curfew, and passed them bottles of water. One officer was heard over a loudspeaker saying, "We appreciate you guys." Okay. Law enforcement's overwhelmed. They are told to, in many of these cases, check with CNN, stand down. And so citizens came out to protect their own homes, their own communities, and in some cases, stupidly, I could see if you owned the business, sure. If it was your business and your livelihood, I could see you protecting it. Because this idea these anti-whites have, and Nancy, the insurance will take care of it, Pelosi, that, just insurance will take care of everything. No. Most people, homeowners, business owners, they don't like to report things. Why? because then their rates go up. That's how the scam of insurance works. That's one of the things that a political party who cares about people should be stepping in on. You have insurance until you use it. Later that night, Rittenhouse was chased through a used car lot by Joseph Rosenbaum, definitely not white, Ron, a participant in the protests. Before he fatally shot the man, Rittenhouse was then seen running onto a street with protesters after him. I would be willing to bet whether they're, I mean, obviously Rosenbaum's not white, but they were all, everybody out there is anti-white. All of those folks are anti-white. That's the bottom line. So Rittenhouse was then seen running onto a street with protesters after him, not chasing him, not attempting to lynch him, not chasing him to lynch him, not chasing him to end his life. Protesters were after him. You know what I hope for Ron? I hope protesters are never after him or after any of his family members. I really hope that never happens. And if it does, I hope it's just after to tickle them. A man named Anthony Huber struck Rittenhouse with a skateboard, which can kill you. He doesn't. Ron doesn't mention that. If you've ever held a skateboard, or you have these things called trucks on the bottom of it, and they are solid metal, they could easily crack skull open, and you die. So Rittenhouse with a skateboard, and the teenager shot and killed him. So what Ron here is trying to do is he was just bumped with a skateboard, and then Rittenhouse murdered him in cold blood. Let's see. Seconds later, oh my gosh, what's this guy's name? Gage Does anybody know this guy's name? Grosskreutz? Maybe. Gage. Well, we'll just call him Gage. Grosskreutz stepped toward Rittenhouse with a pistol, and Rittenhouse shot him in the arm. I'm surprised that Ron didn't attempt to say that what was perceived to be a pistol. Even as people on the street tried to flag Rittenhouse to police officers as the person responsible for the shooting, people were trying to kill him. He was not stopped. With his weapon slung over his shoulder, he put his hands in the air. I remember that I saw a video, and I don't know if it was Rittenhouse. He's calling for a medic. Very weird. It's like in another place, the poor kid. And was waved past a police line. That would have been the smart thing for police officers to do. He has the police officers obviously don't want to leave the guy who's being chased by the mob in the middle of the mob and then try to detain that guy in the middle of the mob, because then the police have to deal with the mob. But Ron doesn't care about that. Let's see, even as the police on the street, people on the street. So hours later, let's see, Rittenhouse turned himself in to the police in his hometown of Antioch, Illinois. Quote, what looms above this trial is this whole notion that we have two justice systems. What hogwash, what horse shit. Two justice systems. I got to turn on the AC. These people are making me hot. Anti-white narrative. Just like the anti-white in the live chat last night, folks. Same kind of garbage being spewed here by Ron. What looms above this trial is the whole notion that we have two justice systems, one for Black America and another for white America, said Blake family attorney Ben Crump of shit, the civil rights lawyer who has also represented the families of Trayvon Martin and Ahmaud Arbery, both killed in what prosecutors portrayed as acts of vigilantism. So this Ben here, he isn't into breeding cats. He's into civil rights and has gone from one family to the next, making money off the anti-white narrative. So you do not debate the anti-white narrative with folks, because in the anti-white narrative, there are two justice systems. One that always is victimizing non-white people, and black here, the word black is a stand-in for all non-white peoples, and then another one for white America. And of course, you can see here by the anti-white bastard typing this, he uses a capital B for black and a lowercase w for white. Special. Quote, I just think that right now in America, there is this notion that certain people have the right to solve every disagreement with a gun, Crump said. He drooled as he hiccuped and took another swill off his vodka. Quote, and especially when we see people protesting for justice for the killing of black people, that we don't have to respect their rights to the First Amendment. Oh, yes. When they're murdering people, when they are burning your cities and civilizations to the ground, when they are burning your halls of records, when they are burning your hundreds of year-old churches to the ground, when they are doing all of this, it is speech. But your speech is violence. A week before trial, the judge in Rittenhouse's case ruled that prosecutors and the defense cannot refer to the men killed as, quote, victims, but can call them, quote, rioters or, quote, looters, if the evidence supports that. The ruling outraged black activists who pointed to it as another racial double standard in the judicial system. What? Fuck you to hell, you bastards. If he allowed them to call them victims, then that already biases the jury, doesn't it? Because then the prosecutor is going to be able to walk around and say, Rittenhouse's victims. Christ's sake. I mean, this is, folks, we lost. The anti-whites dominate our civilizations. You do not control the streets. You do not have a license to commit violence, but they do. You cannot threaten, you cannot have any demonstration of strength. That is a threat of violence. And only they have the right to commit violence. Ashley Woodard Henderson, co-executive director of the Highlander Research and Education Center and a leader of the movement for Black Lives, said Rittenhouse left home with the intention of dispensing, quote, vigilante justice for the sake of so-called protecting buildings and businesses at the expense of human life. But Kyle's not human life, though. The people that are out there getting the police officers run over, they're not human life because they're white. They represent Western civilization, even if they're non-white. They're heroic non-white police officers. They represent Western civilization in that duty. And so if they're getting run over, they don't represent human life. Human life to this Henderson is only anti-white, non-white life. And I cannot wait until the white anti-whites learn that out. Every last one of them. Come on, Henderson. Get to them, please. Sooner than later. That's really the end of this piece of trash. And that's where it should be. I'll take your questions and comments on it, though, when we come right back.
Get out your pity,
argument, the anti-white says. What exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. All right, that is a magnificent song, isn't it, folks? Let's get a big raucous round of emojis for Null and Jared George. Eye to Eye. That was splendid. Check out their work individually, the stuff that they've done. It's really remarkable. It's astonishing, actually. It's astonishing. And keep your eye on them, Eye to Eye, because they're going to be doing many more wonderful things as we move forward in the recapture of our destiny. So very excited. Let's see what you all are saying. I'll take a quick look at the live chat. We'll try to make this a bit more you and me. Let's do this. You and me. We're together, and we'll make it more interactive. So we're together in this. You like me? Great. If you don't like me, then you're suffering emotionally, or you are a midget wit. I don't know, or mid-wit. Let's see. One Eye Moon is here. Great to see you. Lockie is here. Great. And Masumi Rabbit and John is here. Great to see you. This is the AP class after all, folks. James is here. Hello to you. Rory is with us. Hello, brother. And he says, good evening, folks. A big good evening to you, brother. Great to see you. Michael is with us. And remember, tag me. You agree, you disagree, you have a question, you have a comment. Speak up. White Wolf says, police are not moral. Well, remember, police officers, and I understand that in different countries, there is a different self-selecting. It's sort of like with teaching in America. There are magnificent teachers out there, but people who are white positive, we happen to know many, but it is really a self-selecting environment. And I know that in some places you get law enforcement that is really self-selecting as a consequence of just how thoroughly anti-white it's become, or tyrannical, or etc. There are wonderful law enforcement officers all across the United States. And then there are tons of garbage. But you need to remember that in every scenario, they face the same penalties that you face. They can lose their job. They can lose everything that their ability to work in that field that they've been trained in, their ability to pay for food. This is what the anti-whites want to do to you if you are heretical. So that's why you want to stay away from those scenarios where the anti-whites ram your head. People are very often, they're willing to say, no more brothers wars, no more internecine conflicts. But then a lot of those people who will say that, they seem like they're not capable of understanding that. Well, then don't go out there and confront law enforcement. Don't go out there and get into a battle with law, because you might be stood up against somebody who actually 100% agrees with you, but his life and the life of his wife and children and whatever who depend on him will be ruined if he does not allow himself to be his head smashed into your head by the anti-white system. We're not in a position to declare a region of authority or power and then to control the way that, or dominate the way that anti-whites do. But we have a more powerful tool, a more powerful thing has come out of that crucible. And that is the concepts of being in another story. You use the concepts of another story, then you are in another story. Then they have to deal with that other story, which we have proven works. End of goddamn story. I'm not saying you, White Wolf. I'm saying in general. It's the end of the story. It works. It succeeds. No more conversation. We've demonstrated it. And they said, what do you have to do? Why aren't you worshiping Adolf Hitler inside the anti-white narrative? Well, because we're not idiots. That's why. Because it has nothing to do with service to white well-being. That is something completely different. We are not on your spectrum. One Eye Moon says, Rittenhouse is an important subject, but later, would you share your thoughts on the Charlottesville trial? I have not watched, and thank you for asking. I haven't watched any of the Charlottesville trial. But there are, I said after Charlottesville, if whoever here remembers, folks will remember that I said everyone needs to begin immediately producing movies, writing books, writing articles, etc., about what took place, all the footage, all the etc., everything, and it needs to be pushed all over the internet. That was back when there was more of an opportunity to do that, and I made 2 videos, and it just didn't happen anywhere else. Everybody just ceded it to the anti-whites and what they decided to do and say about Charlottesville on that moment. So there was no, but the thoughts on the trial, give me some specific questions. I know that there are defendants who are absolute scum. And I'm sure there are others who are not, who were named. But I know that there are some who are absolute scum, and they played the villain as best they could, despite me all of these years and many of you saying, don't play the villain inside the anti-white narrative. And as a consequence, they're going to suffer. So please give me, One Eye Moon, give me some specific questions. And you jump on over to Entropy, put it in the question widget, and won't roll off the screen. And let me roll along here. I must have said, did I say something that was funny? Because I see a couple of laughs. Lemon is here. Hello. And just scrolling through slowly. Somebody says here, deleted comment, appropriately deleted, that non-whites should police all communities. I'm not sure. El Dragon is here. Hello. I'm not sure why discriminating against white people in law enforcement would be a good idea. The Watcher says that the anti-whites who call themselves Antifa, they have people classified as medics in their ranks. I don't doubt that. Yeah, I don't doubt that I think most people know, or let me just phrase it this way. It's widely believed to be that they receive payments, that they are paid. And whether that's true or not, I don't know. I'm just some guy on the internet. So then that would mean that if they're getting paid, then they could also be trained. And I have no doubt that they have trained medics in their ranks. Because that's how I'm going to read that. And be careful about the Nature's Dude. Be careful about the saying race hustling is big business. Now, this is anti-whiteism. Race hustling is a neutral concept. In other words, white people are always looking for a way to escape the responsibility of being a member of the group that's being victimized. So white people will say, well, yeah, then they'll name someone that they can think of, that they know the name of, and they'll say that's white, and then they'll say, well, and he was a race hustler too. So you got to be careful about using something like, in fact, I would say don't use it at all, because of that. White people will absolutely, they'll start off with and then they'll talk longest about the white person that stood up and said in whatever broken, cobbled, dumb way that they said it, that white people should stop being victimized. They'll say, well, there's another example of a race hustler. That was a race hustler to end all race hustlers. And we just need to put an end to race hustling. No, that's not what's going on. It's anti-whiteism. We've got all this figured out, and it continues to be improved upon every year. It gets exponentially better. So just jump on board and do the right thing. Go free. Okay. Then you have this guy's comment was appropriately deleted, saying that he agrees with everything, but doesn't understand why I'm allowed to be on the internet. I've had many channels deleted. I have had more platforms deleted out from underneath of me, payment processors deleted out from underneath of me. But you know what? You have not been aware of it. You have not been talking about it. You have not been, because the others in the white sympathetic sphere aren't talking about it because, well, maybe they're a bit jealous. Maybe they feel a bit threatened by the success that this community is having. Maybe they're not as smart. And that's why we get to keep coming back. There's your answer, Joe. We're smarter than they are. That's the answer. You invoke the these sorts of dumbass smears that other lowbrow midget sticks invoke about the reason why we have success. And then that's why your comments get deleted. You want to ask a question, be moral, be respectful, and ask a respectful question. Then we'll deal with it. I'll answer it, even if it's total disagreement. You're going to come in with some sort of Bravo Sierra accusation, then your comments are going to be deleted. This is, after all, my house. If you want freedom of speech, you can go get it on your own channel. This is my house. You can go get it out in the. Do you understand, or are you too dumb to understand that? You don't get freedom of speech in my house. I can decide if you're going to be in my house. You get freedom of speech guaranteed out in the public square. You can say whatever you want in your house. That's your channel. But I get that it's a challenge for some folks out there. Heidi is here. Great to see you, Heidi. Hope you all are doing wonderfully. Knowing is here. Hello to you and welcome. Two little boys I think I saw there. Forno says, I love the stereo audio. Sounds great. I'm glad it sounded great. We want to make sure that the song comes through exactly as they intended it to when they made it. All right. Just rolling through. You remember, folks, you've got to, I'm trying to look for my name or NWG and but tag me. That's really the only way that I'm going to see what you are trying to direct at me for sure. Pants is here. He says, hello, no white guilt. A big hello back to you. And First Last writes here, apropos, also, Jason always, all caps, preaches no voting, no violence. Some smart anti-whites see the wisdom of that sermon, and that is one reason. Yeah, indeed. No voting is going to recapture our destiny. No violence. Well, then what can we do? Says the people who have that stiff arm disease. Fit and healthy at any age, says No White Guild. Hello and welcome. All right. I didn't see anybody else with anything to say at the moment, so I'm going to swivel around here. Everybody loves when I swivel. We're going to be getting right to. And listen, we're going to be talking about Spike in a minute, and I'm sure a lot of folks are going to want to know what happened in that conversation, and then therefore what was said about Warren and the difference of views, and we'll be talking about that in just one moment. But it is respectful disagreement, I think. Here's another Western tradition, Halloween, that is celebrated by everyone. Yeah, I know they're just taking our. Aren't they culturally appropriating for just a little lame, superficial laugh? I'll say that, right? Culturally appropriating our holiday. Knowing says, what are your thoughts on the supply chain issues? there's no problem. Let me rephrase. You're not going to have any problem getting food or the things you need. That's all you really need to know. Don't start wasting a bunch of money on you should have or could have, if you're really worried, the necessities, food, etc., for at maximum 3 months. Anything longer than 3 months, if society is disrupted, civilization is disrupted for more than 3 months, it won't matter how much food you have, how much propane and heating oil you've saved. You're going to be in another environment. The anti-white mobs and just other mobs that are going to come and kill you in your face. So don't plan for longer than that. You're just building a mausoleum if you do that. So there are most of these supply chain issues are genuine issues. There could be some artificial issues, but they're genuine issues because of anti-whites who call themselves Democrats, their policies. And so it makes it harder to do business. And so things slow down. Now, that might mean that you don't get the bread that's your favorite bread, but you'll be able to get bread. Or the cereal that's your favorite cereal for a week, but you'll be able to get cereal. So just the store, it might mean that the store that's closest to you won't have the bread you like, but the store that's a little further away will have the bread you like. So don't lose your, knowing says, thank you. That my thoughts exactly. Yes. Very good. Don't get carried away, folks. Use your time. Just imagine, I'll say this again. Remember when COVID got started, everybody lost their heads. And I was saying, don't lose your heads. Don't go out and buy a bunch of stacks of meat. Don't go out and buy the extra freezer or 2 freezers and fill it with meat. Spend your money and all this extra time you have, you can't go to work, on pushing the concepts that we share in the practice of going free. Imagine where we would be today. Who might we have reached today if all that energy that you put, and you know who you are, everybody makes mistakes. I make them all the time. But if you had put all that energy in, just ask yourself, if I put all that energy that I put into that really dumb set of things that I did when COVID got started, how many people could I have reached then? So, and from somebody who's been in for nearly 3 decades, I want you to know that I have heard that everybody is going to have to get poison shots. And I've heard that the money is about to crash. And I've heard that aliens are about to come. And I've heard that they're going to announce this world government. And I've heard it thousands of times that it was all imminent. It was all going to happen right away. And it didn't. You know what else that's like? That's like these preachers who have cults underneath of them, and they keep people in line by saying, the Lord is about to come back any moment. You got to be ready. So it's the same sort of nonsense. And these newspapers and these blogs and the webzines, and they keep you reading. They keep you coming back to hear more and more. What's the murky situation of the rich land gentry behind the scenes, and what might they do? Plug your ears up to that shit. You're wasting your time. Look, it's going to come down to you and you and you and you. If you don't do it, it's not going to happen. There is no landed gentry. There is nothing. They will show up when we have succeeded so much, and they see this massive audience, that they'll show up to be applauded by us. That's when the wealthy folks, the powerful folks, will show up. That is the only time they will show up. There's no waiting around, hoping that somebody's going to have some neat take and that's going to save everything. None of it. Forget about it. Forget about it. It's you and me, and that's it. All right, what do we see? We said a bunch of tags here. So let me get over to here, though, very quickly. Over on Cash App, a big thank you to Omar Lahar. Great to see you, good brother. Financially gifting $13.37. And he writes, for White Wellbeing. God bless you. Thank you so very much. The great Omar Lahar. A lot of people have high words of praise for you, brother. Let's see. We have Azimuth Clark. Great to see you, good sir. Financially gifting $2 and writes here, my niece is now going free. She's 13. Thank God. Well, that is magnificent. That is truly magnificent. Azimuth Clark. Let's get a round of applause for Azimuth Clark. His niece at 13 years of age getting inoculated against anti-whiteism. Does anybody remember when that young, very attractive young girl showed up? She's in 18, maybe had just graduated high school, and she came out and she made a video about how she's sick of white people, her people, being attacked and misrepresented. And then we said we need her to learn about going free, because if there are folks out there, like folks represented by, and it's not defaming them, folks represented by that are represented by the NJP, right? That sort of group that would like to get to her and have her throw up Romans, as Warren would say, to the Third Reich, to Adolf Hitler. And what did we say would happen to her life if they got to her? And they all applauded her, like a bunch of armbanded seals. And we're just like, that's what it sounds like. Yes, throw up another Roman. Her life would be over, wouldn't it? It'd be ruined. It would be ruined. So I don't know if we ended up, we told the guys, stay away from her, because it's obviously going to look like you have something else in mind. But a bunch of the ladies reached out. Let's hope that she got onto the right track. But we know that Azimuth Clark's niece at 13 is now on the right track. And God bless you, brother, and God bless her. And Azimuth Clark back again with $1 more. Thank you, brother. He writes, I'm going free, and had the lexicon and community. God bless you. Absolutely. A great champion and a dear friend. And we also have the number one man in the trenches on Twitter, one of the very best, Slots, financially gifting $15. God bless you, brother, and thank you so very much for that. A happy Halloween, a Promethean Halloween to everyone out there this good evening. Alex Simpsons writes, 3 anti-white trials are going on now, with the anti-white narrative being shoved into our brothers and sisters' minds throughout all of them. Something I noticed about the Charlottesville one is that majority of the defendants seem to be clowns who play the villain to a T. Pathetic, Alex writes. Boy, Alex, I underscore that in a big, bold line. And I'll make it red, because it's going to end up causing our people to bleed, playing the villain to a T. Very well said, and thank you, because I have not been watching this. Alex then says, one interesting thing, though, was one of the prominent individuals there acknowledged that the violence was started by the anti-whites. One of the prominent individuals. So you mean it was an anti-white that was there, that was saying that the violence was started by the anti-whites? Let me know. White Calling, great to see you, brother. Would you be interested in starting a nonprofit civil rights organization for whites? There is not the potential for something like that right now. But in service to white well-being, there may well be. We are just now rolling out going free clubs worldwide, and things are, how can I say? I don't want to make this sound too. There is a strategy. There is a plan that I created with other individuals and over the years, and there are time frames for different things. And there is something like what you're asking about here that potentially will find it's the space it needs in the future, but not right now. Particularly, I'll just say this. We do not win in the courtroom. We lose so often, no matter what the law says, that it is fair to say that we never win. Yes, I know there was a victory here and a victory there, but this is warranted hyperbole. So normally what ends up happening, brother, when a lot of people have tried to start over the years civil rights organizations for white people, and they're just there to run off with money, with folks' money. And a couple times when folks have started civil rights organizations for whites over the years, there have been anti-whites involved in the fleecing. Part of keeping the group that you're victimizing in a state that you can continue to victimize them is to deprive them of the financial resources they need to be able to function in a world where money is the most dominant currency, is what makes the world go round, because it's defeated religion. So currency dominates. It's the ultimate power. So therefore, deprive those you victimize of currency, and there are seemingly endless ways to do so. So you really got to keep your eyes open. But thank you for thinking of it. We do need to be able, and it's a great idea, we do need to be able to stand up for ourselves. I think probably what will happen, I'll give you maybe a little peek under the hood at all the horsepower that we have and haven't even unleashed yet. We got the nitrous and everything. And that is that and this is the kind of thing that for Going Free clubs in the future, a service that we will be able to provide, and that is suggestions relative to and directly related, I should say, to the law and laws where the GFC is located for different kinds of activities. So rather than trying to defend one's civil rights once there's an issue, really the group should be tasked with, and this will be the purpose of this particular endeavor within the Going Free network, if you will, to provide the intelligence about what to stay away from, to prevent the law being used against us as best as possible. Because once they bring in lawfare, it's ugly. It is a bloody scenario for us. Streaky Bacon says, Jason, we had our conference yesterday. Yes, it was a big success, the PA conference. I seen your speech from the front row at the last PA and was hoping you may pop over the pond for this one, my good man. Well, thank you so much for that, Streaky Bacon. Yes, I understand it was a big success. I sent a message congratulating Mark and all of PA on the success. Normal folks. When I went over there and I spoke, I met a lot of good, normal, patriotic, hardworking, blue collar and some white collar folks over there that were at that time part of PA. And I hope it continues to grow in that direction, and would love, as long as it continues to grow in that direction, to make a return, pop over the pond for another one of those conferences. So very happy for you all. Congratulations. I know that Mark he's probably every one of these. It's like another Sophia being born for him. Elaine Sabatino says, I feel bad for the McMichaels in Georgia too. Jason is right. We are losing our right to self-defense. Yep, we sure are. I don't know who those folks are. What's going on there? You'll have to fill me in. Ghost Rider. Oops. What happened there? Ghost Rider said something. You could be. Oh, this is the guy. I don't want to say his name. But you could read Ghost Rider's comment on there directed at me. In an MMA fight. Well, yeah, he's like a fat slob. I would stomp the shit out of him. That would be sad. That would be really sad. I would feel bad. But not long. I wouldn't feel bad long. It would probably feel really good after feeling a little bit bad. Knowing says, thoughts on crypto, where you can make use of it. Make use of it. I mean, I accept financial gifts in crypto. If you go over to nowhiteguilt.org, you look at the financial gifting tab, you click on that, you'll see the wallets that you can financially gift to. And I don't believe, I mean, there are a lot of these people who are crypto real fanatics, and they think that you should just be buying and buying crypto and then hold it forever because one of these days you'll be a billionaire. What could you be doing with that money? What good is it going to be to you if your civilization is in ruins? What good is it going to be to you if, as a white person, you end up getting all of that money just taxed away from you because you have it, or just taken from you when you try to convert it into something usable? So use it if you can grow it, if you can trade it, you can make and then sell it and make some usable currency out of it on the moment. Then I think that's something that if you're in the know, then it can be useful to the service of white well-being, useful to your family. But if you've been listening to these people advising just keep buying and buying and buying and hoarding cryptocurrencies, then I think you're going to be up shit creek with your imaginary monopoly money at some point in the future. You end up just like all those people that I've known from the past who were building the elaborate underground mausoleums, for themselves because society was going to collapse, and then society never collapsed. They ended up in the ground in coffins, but they spent a lot of money, wasted a lot of money. They could have bought television commercials. I mean, way back in the day, you could still buy radio commercials. Just think of all that money wasted on stupidity. Dean Wood says, good evening, Jason. Good evening to you. Roy, brother, did you move your computer around because you're not facing the camera and looking at us anymore? No, I'm just reading the chat over here. I'll turn around. Knowing says, you are awesome, Jason. Well, thank you. You're awesome too. Let me swivel back around. Roy, here I am. Okay, I'll take a look at this. We're going to get on to this spike right now after we read that Sakius financially gifted $5. Thank you so very much. Financial gift in the name of Oliver Semigog for having you and Tim Murdoch on his channel for a discussion on strategy. It should be compulsory watching for anyone new and wanting to take an active role in this, in my opinion. Well, thank you so much for that. It was a great discussion that we had over there with Oliver, and it was certainly the kind of fundamental. It was really fundamentals. What's going on? Human psychology. Who are we speaking to? What story are we going to be in? And Oliver was doing a magnificent job interviewing and participating and really digging out of both myself and Tim the knowledge we have of years in service to white well-being in the white sympathetic sphere. So we really got to cover, I think it was just over 2 hours, 10 minutes. Really got to cover quite a few things that I think are, I know are really powerful and could and should inform a person's approach, right? Which direction are they going to go to try to recapture our destiny? And in talking about inform, you have Tim interviewed Warren, and Warren said to him, connecting some dots here, that the Nazi party and the Nazi leadership and the Nazi program and programs and the Nazi 25-point program and all of these things informs, it should inform everything that you do and think, and it does for the folks at NJP. So I am grateful that Warren said things like that on that show, because it definitely draws a very stark line between what we do and what they do at NJP. And there has been quite a few errors that folks have made. So let me roll through this and we'll be talking more about that. The great Rory says here with a financial gift of £3. Glad to see that you haven't yet been eaten by your Halloween shark. Be careful, however. as there's still 6 hours to go, and you never know who might jump out of the Potomac that wants to devour you. Well, if anything jumps out of the Potomac, I'm pretty sure it's going to be victims of the Clintons. But there are shark steaks now in the refrigerator. So that's what happened. That's what happened to the shark that was trying to eat me during the Halloween special. Thank you so much, Rory. TJ, financially gifting $10. Thanks, TJ. Stay positive. White positive people all over the world. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Yes, indeed. Stay positive. We're having successes. It's easy to stay positive. It's not like these channels where you have people appealing to older members of the population. And it's always this intrigue. It's like the Cube Bravo Sierra. They always have this intrigue going on, how somebody else is going to do it for you. And let's try to figure out the codes. And they're all excited and positive, but doing nothing. We're positive because we are moving, use sports analogy, moving the ball down the field. That's why we're positive. That's why we're excited. They're Pollyannish and probably on some heavy drugs for pain and other things like that. We, on the other hand, are excited because we're getting closer and closer to the end zone. Promethean promulgation, financially gifting $10. Hello, good brother, and great to see you. In the name of every single anti-white responsible for the rising cost of bacon. I know it. The cost of bacon has gone up, hasn't it? $10. Thank you so much for that, the damn anti-whites. Ruining bacon. But you know what will happen? If it stayed like this, the market will respond, and they'll smaller, more localized production of things like bacon will spring into being, and you'll be able to go right there and buy it up. And yes, it might end up being a cat and mouse game. The anti-whites might be trying to run after them to shut things down always. But if anything, what ends up happening is a growing black market of things like bacon, if you can believe it or not. But we have to remain nimble. We have to remain protean so that we can assume whatever form we need to assume in order to recapture our destiny. That is where the intelligence lies, ladies and gentlemen. We have the story by way of the concepts that we use, and then we assume whatever form we need to assume in any condition we need to assume it so that we are most effective for that purpose, that objective. So thank you so much, Promethean promulgation. TJ also says over here in the question wizard, just an observation, for some reason now gifting on entropy via GPay did not work. Really? Is anybody else having the problem of gifting on entropy via GPay? If so, let us know, tag me. And if you can, if you know the folks at Entropy, you follow them on Twitter or you follow them on Gab, please, instead of asking me to do it, you reach out to them and say, hey, I was trying to gift with GPay, it wasn't working. The people at Entropy are very responsive. They'll look into it. Mestizo is with us. Great to see you, brother. Happy Halloween, everyone. He writes, Jason, check what I sent you on Twitter. Well, I'll do that, brother. But first, we're going to get on to Spike and the conversation we've had. And I will refresh. And I will take just a quick look. Brother, it looks like I really need to rewatch the Halloween tap. I could only listen because I was driving. Yeah, check it out. Nancy Drew, hello, sister. I am aware of a school district that is paying $500,000 for a 2-year contract to teach equity training to administrators and teachers, which will be taught in turn to students. Just absolutely disgusting. Nancy, you take that information now. You be the champion. And every circle that you have of influence, you share just that much information, and you share all or some of the 5 key concepts or any of the others that you can find that are useful from Going Free. And then you take the number of circles that you're able to reach and double it. And then if you can, triple it. And let people know the story here is not relevant, except that it serves as the vehicle to deliver the concepts. Remember that, folks. Nancy Drew, bless you. I look forward to seeing you in Valhalla. Machiavellia sucks, says, have you heard of Loxism? Yes, and we don't use it. Use anti-white. But thank you for asking, brother. And who else do we have here? And really, I'll just say quickly as I look, Machiavellius, that that puts you, that word, that concept puts you in the story of another people, where you can never win. You can never win, ever. You can never win. So I would suggest to you, good friend, never use it again. Just like I tell everybody, never use Gentile again. Ever, ever. I know that there are some, we have some friends over in Italy, who wonderful people who believe that if they use Gentile because of some root word and origin and etc. But people around the world where the definition matters is in the minds. Remember, I did this, and so many folks were like astonished. I said, "Where is the definition where it matters?" And people were like, "In the dictionary, and then this and that." And no, in the minds of the people that you're talking to. That's where the definition matters. That's the only place it matters. And Gentile is a character in the story of another people. So you don't use Gentile. You be a Christian all you want, but don't ever call yourself a Gentile. My suggestion. I stopped calling myself a Gentile a long, long time ago. I was a child. Downing Armor is with us. Great to see you, brother. It was a great white shark. It was only trying to give a great white man a kiss. Yes, that's what it was. Yes. He just went about it in an overly aggressive way. That's all. But yes, it was two great whites. Maybe we'll say that. Promethean Epoch. Wonderful to see you, brother. It just worked for me with my gift. Oh, okay. So you did use the GPay and it worked. Okay, great. Thank you for following up. Jim is with us. Jim M, hello and welcome. Folks, I really don't, so many years have gone by and, I've been saying, I've been sharing, we have so many successes. What do I got to say to, if it's not the successes that we have using these concepts, this approach, what do I got to say? Should I just say, okay, it's witchcraft? Will that get folks to drop the other endeavors that just fail their whole life and then use something that's working? If you got to believe it's witchcraft, then just say it's witchcraft. Fine. We have victories here. All right. Nancy Drew says, will do. Dean says, Jason likes his women with a bit of bite. Oh, the shark was a female great white shark. Yes, wanted to give me a little kiss. Now, if a woman bites me, I'll be taking my belt off. So, no, that's not happening. So, no, I'll only take my belt off for one. I'm dating. So, Spike says to me, so were you talking about Warren when you went on about him saying to out yourself as a National Socialist? Because he never said anything about National Socialism. You could say that he said to out yourself as a nationalist and one who cares for your own people, but nothing about National Socialism, not when he was on PWR with Mark, nor when he was on with Nordic Resistance. Okay, so one of the claims that has been made since I gave some constructive criticism, which lit the fuse under a lot of NJP folks to just slander me endlessly. And sometimes naming me, not as often, most of the time, just the implication that it's me. That was, I shared some constructive criticism, and a lot of people have come forward and said, like Spike is saying here, no, they're just nationalists. They just care about our people. It's just another path that we can take as white people. And I want to say as clearly as possible, I am nowhere, going free is not in the same universe There is no similar path. There is no same objective. The only thing that you might be able to say is similar between those who are inside the anti-white narrative and us in service to white well-being in our own story outside the anti-white narrative is in some cases, not even in all, but in some cases, both us and those individuals want to put an end to the victimization of white people. That's it. That's it. That is the only objective that is similar with some. And the reason why I say some, specifically when you're talking about folks who claim to be National Socialists and who laud and throw Romans, as Warren said, those people, I have found over the years in my discussions with them that they like to use the victimization of white people as an excuse to slander Jews. They love to do that. But I will put to them tests, and when they don't see the test coming, when they don't see the trick, when I talk about, well, if you could blind any Jewish person of your choice, but it would blind some white person out there at the same time. Might be an anti-white person, who knows? When they don't see the trap, they choose to blind the Jewish person of their choice. So that means they put their hatred of another group of mankind ahead of their love, or ostensible love, of our people. So all those people out there, I want to hear the apologies. Do it in the thread. If you're live right now, you can apologize right now. If you listen afterward and you were one of the people who came after me and who slandered me and who said, no, they're just nationalists, they just care about our people, it's just another path to the same thing, you shouldn't ever criticize, you should always agree with the NJP, for example, you can apologize now. They are indeed National Socialists, who, by Warren's very own statements on Tim's show, that they laud the Third Reich, that period in history in Germany, what they were doing, all of their programs. They look to all of their statements and programs as inspiration for everything they do. So if you want, there's a very clear path. Spike and everybody else, a very clear path here. You can go that direction. I would like you not to, because it's not going to go well. You're not going to have success. They think that you'll have some kind of success. So that's as intellectually fair as I can be with them. They claim that you'll have success by saying positive things, defending Adolf Hitler, saying things like, I don't even put the words together. They want you to say that person was right in your conversations. Talk about unmasking. If you're going to go to work, you're going to go to your friends and your family, and you're going to say that particular leader of that country and that party was right, and that what he was trying to do was good, and they need to now know this revisionist history and everything. That is an unmasking for all unmaskings. That is an unmasking to end everything you want to do in your life. You should not be thinking that way, number one. You should instead be concerned with our people in the here and now, something real, mature, and adult, rather than this, rear mirror gazing nonsense, rear view mirror gazing nonsense. But I await the apologies for all of those who said, nope, they're not Nazis. They are instead just nationalists who want to help our people, and they have a political endeavor, and therefore Jason is. And you run down the line of all the claims that were made about me to destroy my reputation by people disagreeing with me on that. So I wrote back to Spike, NJP is unapologetically National Socialist group. Were you not aware? Spike writes back, even so. Even so. He never said anything about needing to align with the NJP in his statement. Okay, so that, you see, was not exactly that was a bit of a dodge there by Spike. So obviously Warren wants you to join the NJP. It's his group. I understand from his lips that he started the group, and he said that he then started it with his father and then these other people that you know are as the leadership of the group. And he obviously wants you to join the NJP. So yes, he does want you to align with the NJP. It goes without saying that when he's talking about unmasking, he's talking about being a member of the NJP and unmasking. Spike goes on, though. His statement could have been interpreted by someone who subscribes to you as to just come forth as just that. No, he was definitely not saying, Spike. I mean, see, come on, Spike. Come on. He was definitely not saying, hey, if you are going free, you should let people know that you're going free. He was not saying that. He doesn't want you doing, he doesn't want you going free. He wants you as a member of the NJP. And perfectly understandable. Nothing wrong with that. I haven't said anything, by the way, for nothing negative as far as they're concerned about the NJP or Warren. Nothing. This entire gathering, not a single negative thing as far as they are concerned. I think it's negative to be a Nazi. Playing the villain in the anti-white narrative is destructive for yourself and for our people, but they don't think that's negative. So I'm just saying, here are the very stark dividing lines. You can go whichever direction you want, right? So he was not saying that. Spike goes on, I went back to watch both the PWR stream and the NR stream, and in neither appearance did he say anything about the NJP or NS while saying to reveal anything. Well, this is semantics, and not. I mean, Spike's being respectful, but that is not intellectually being fair with me, because of course he's a National Socialist. He wants you to join NJP, and that. So all of that goes without saying. Saying that, well, he didn't say it. I mean, that's like going to the butchers and saying, yeah, I got the meat I wanted to buy from the butcher, but they didn't say anything about being a butcher, so I'm going to leave the whole butcher thing out of it. It's not very honest. I write back, Spike, he is the leader of the NJP, and therefore he can only speak for the NJP. But it did sound like he was trying to speak for everyone in the white sympathetic sphere. Now, perhaps you do not know that the NJP is an unapologetic NS party, but now you know. So he was speaking for the NS NJP when he spoke on this topic. What did he say? He said it was everyone's, quote, duty to build themselves up to a place that they can unmask, and that, quote, we won't have success, close quote, until they do. And I heard him give only one exception to that, i.e., people who can financially contribute enormously. That was his words. It sounds like you are a fan of the NJP, and that's fine. But why not be honest with the National Socialism and what he said? Are you trying to keep it a secret? And that's a question that I have for everyone who came forward and said, oh, he's not talking about National Socialism. Are you supporting the NJP? Are you in the NJP and are trying to keep the lauding of Hitler and all of these different characters, are trying to keep that a secret? Are you trying to keep it as the Roman salutes a secret? If so, why? Were you angry with me because I said that it happened? Well, now Warren has said openly that it happens. That's what they do. He said it's unapologetic. I can read you quotes. This is no slander of them from their point of view. If you are thinking that should be kept a secret, then you really have to look in the mirror and say, why are you role playing? Because you know deep down that you're going to be hated, that the group's going to be hated by ordinary people of all races for that stance. You know deep down that because of that, it can't go anywhere. So then why are you playing this game? Ask yourself that, not Spike specifically, maybe Spike if it applies, but anyone. Spike writes back, I am not at all trying to keep their NS beliefs a secret, as that would kind of be pointless since they say that they are. Either way, the way I took it was as a more broad statement. Okay, so I just quoted Warren, right, where he said it was your duty to build yourself up to a place where you can unmask, and that, I quoted again, that we won't have success until people do that, until everyone does that, with the exception of those that who can contribute financially enormously. That's the stance. He goes on, Spike goes on, listen, no one is going to agree with everybody on everything, but, all caps, this right here is just one more reason the anti-whites always win. So now where we have here, it's Jason's fault. Spike has found another way, abandon the first argument, that's fine, but here's another way that now it's Jason's fault. Something's wrong with Jason. He says, talking about the anti-whites, and the reason why I wanted to use it, and I told Spike that I was going to use this, is because there are so many folks who make the exact same arguments. He says, they support, of anti-whites, they support even the lowest dregs of their movement, no matter their beliefs. So let me just pause right there, because this is a fallacious argument. The argument is then taken to its logical conclusion that any destructive idea from someone who can be vaguely believed to be on the same side has to be supported. That is not what happens for the anti-whites. When they have crazy ideas, when they have dumb ideas, there is no communal support for them. When their intelligentsia of the anti-whites, they step forward and say X, Y, and Z, the totality of all their midwittery and midgetwittery comes forward and implements that to a T. It only seems that they come forward and embrace the idea of the dregs, any idea wherever it comes from, because you're not looking closely enough at them. You're on the outside and you just have this distant gaze at what the anti-whites are doing, and haven't studied them over the years as I have, and what's truly motivating them, where these ideas of theirs come from. They absolutely do not circle the wagons, as he says here, around every asinine idea that somebody on their side. If they've had some really dumb ideas and they just let them die. He says, while the right is always too caught up fighting themselves instead of working together as a solid group. Well, there's another big problem in thinking, using their false spectrum. You really cannot use their false spectrum and think clearly. There are thought chains that are engendered at the beginning of an idea, at the beginning of a concept, that make inescapable something that will be salubrious, wholesome, beneficial, or the opposite, something that is noxious, injurious, something that is harmful. So you can't stay in their artificial spectrum, because that's in their story. He says of the anti-whites, they circle their wagons every time some anti-white makes a bad move, and we can't seem to condemn each other fast enough. I'm not willing to join a NS movement myself, writes Spike, but I would be willing to work with them on something that we all agree on. Again, what do we agree on? I am in no way in favor of, and the practice of going free is in no way aimed at the kind of objectives if they could have their druthers, whatever they would be, and whatever they would do with America or Canada or the UK, folks like this, we are in no way aligned with what they would do if they could have their druthers. It just seems that you are willing to condemn everyone in the white positive sphere, and here comes the straw man argument. It just seems that you're willing to condemn everyone else in the white positive sphere that doesn't completely want to do things only your way. And this time, it feels like you were putting words in Warren's mouth. Of course, I quoted him. And you have the straw man argument. I've said many times, that going free is not the only way. It just happens to be the only way that's working. So, and again, there's a big difference between groups out there who are inside the anti-white narrative and the practice of going free. He writes on, can they probably tone the NS stuff down a bit? Maybe. Tone it down a bit. I don't know. Spike, this is not coming from a healthy place, brother. You need to get away from that. Get away from it. But going on a 20-minute tirade about something that he never said, again, I quoted him, just kind of drives more of a wedge into the white movement. Again, the anti-whites circle the wagons to protect the other anti-whites, while white positive can't seem to stop stabbing each other. The sooner we learn, but by the way, maybe Spike was also unaware that in the very beginning, when I had constructive criticism, when they first made the NJP public, the torrent of attacks began from their content creators and then therefore from their community. So it's not me saying that it can only be the practice of going free. That happens to be the thing that's working. It's not me, though, saying that, but it is this litmus testing, purity spiraling Nazi Bravo Sierra that has said, no, this is the only way. And then the attacks come on. You didn't pass the litmus test, Jason. The sooner we learn that we need to start working together, the sooner we can start to put the necessary pressure on the right seats to roll some of these anti-white policies back. So this is the idea that we have some chance in politics. Wrong. Completely. There's no hope in hell. I will continue. If we continue to do nothing and only focus on ourselves, which is not to say that there aren't going to be some countries across the West where there will be some opportunities to influence in the short term some politicians, maybe even some scenarios where somebody could get elected and then use the opportunity to spread the practice of going free. Not saying that that's not possible. I'm talking about recapturing our destiny by way of politics right now. You're not going to change our fate at the moment by way of politics. Spike goes on, if we continue to do nothing and only focus on ourselves, we will end up like South Africa or Rhodesia. It won't matter who or how many of us are going free when there are squads of anti-whites visiting us in the dead of night. So there you see what Spike reveals right there, that he does not believe that the concepts that free us of the shackles of the anti-white narrative are going to serve our well-being, are going to enable us to recapture our destiny, are going to enable us to prevent there from being squads of anti-whites visiting us in the night. But he believes the alternative, NJP, will have the ability. Well, if the NJP wants, there'll never be an NJP. I mean, just rest assured, the NJP is not going to be getting elected and taking over the government in the United States. Rest assured. That's not going to happen. And it is very childish to think so. So if the NJP wants to stop this sort of thing from happening by way of politics, then they're going to have to follow Clausewitz right into a violent resistance, because they're not going to be in any political seat of any consequence. So Spike goes on, instead of condemning so many, start circling the wagons like the anti-whites do. Spike continues, also, I'm not 100% sure that Warren is the leader of the NJP. I'm not up to date on the organization fully, but I thought it was more Stryker, who is Joey Jordan, and Mike Penovich, goes by Enoch, that were the leaders. If I'm wrong, then I stand corrected. I heard Warren say that he created the organization, and then he said he created with his father, and then he named these people as well as some others. So, and they're all on the same board. I guess they are all the same. They have the same voting power, perhaps. So maybe these people you're talking about, they're more the mouths and the authors of the organization. I don't know. But what I perceive that heard directly from Warren and others, that he is the originator, and then therefore, if not in title, in unspoken degree, the founder leader of the group. He also said, by the way, when he was on with Tim, that the NJP was a National Socialist group, and nobody on the board would disagree with that. And Spike writes on, just one more thought. Would you not want your followers to spread? I don't have followers. We are brothers and sisters. We are peers, and we are practitioners of going free. And we are all working our asses off to recapture our destiny. To spread the message. Would you not want them to spread the message? I guess he means of going free. Spreading the message would mostly require to out yourself to the people you come into contact with. No, it doesn't, Spike. Have you been watching? You don't have to go to your coworkers, and we've said this many times. You don't have to go to your coworkers or family members and say that you are going free of the anti-white narrative, and then try to change their mind. You just use the concepts in your language that you have with these people, your conversations that you have with these people. And then for those who are potential, they have the potential to go further, to go free, you then can tell them about going free. So by no means, I've always said the exact opposite when it comes to one's effectiveness in service to white well-being. Maybe you can be out there with your face and name. Maybe you need hardcore anonymity. Wherever you are most productive, that's where I want you to be. Spike goes on, if you want everyone to just keep in the dark, of course, this is straw man, and stay completely anonymous, then how does the message spread? So it's kind of a ipso facto defense that Warren was making of the position that if everybody comes out, Warren said when he was with Mark that it'll be safer for everybody. I don't know if he used the word normalize, that you are a National Socialist, but that was implied. Then he says it'll be safer for everybody. If everybody comes out as National Socialists, in which of course he clarified with Tim, where he said you should defend Hitler and say that the guy was right. It's not going to normalize it. Now, I understand if you're already out there with your face, a few thousand people coming out and saying that guy was right and defending him and the Nazis and whatever, that's not going to change squat, except for the big changes it'll make in your life. Now, negative. Now, I will say that for somebody who's already out there and who is saying that about themselves, they will probably feel more protected, because then there'll be a bunch of bodies around them, because others are standing up and saying that they're National Socialists and that they heil Hitler of the Third Reich. But it's not going to do you any good, and it's not going to do our people any good, in my opinion. There's definitely a dividing line here of kind, not just of degree. How do others find the courage? So that's exactly what he's saying. How do others find the courage to take the message in and say, yes, that is for me too? So Spike is actually is agreeing that, yeah, you should come out and say you are a National Socialist, defend Adolf Hitler, because then others will have the courage to do that too. And that, by the way, again, Warren said when he was on with Tim, that he said that basically all white Trump voters are National Socialists, and they just don't know it. Really, he really said that, and when he was on with Tim this past time. So if you believe that, then I think you would probably, your thinking would be that, yeah, well, you just let them know what they actually are. Start, talking about Hitler with them, and all those Trump supporters are just going to come over because now they'll be brave. Please let everybody see the stark dividing line, because there are a lot of people who seem to be not fully aware of the dividing line here. And I just wanted to be clear. Again, everything I'm saying here is nothing I'm saying would be considered negative by the people that I am saying it of. If others don't see that there are people who are going free, they will be more resistant to the ideas for themselves. No, see, it's the concepts themselves, Spike. I know it's difficult to understand. It's the concepts themselves. They get into the psyche. They become the tapestry of the story. And then through that substrate, all else has to take place. Gosh. There have been plenty of psychological studies that claim that people are more comfortable taking up a position when they see others doing the same. This is a non sequitur, because you've just gone into a study. You're actually trying. It's a non sequitur because you couldn't possibly actually trying to connect defense of Adolf Hitler, National Socialism, and saying that people would feel like they can come forward now and talk about that. Oh boy. I don't really care that they are a NS party, he says. Didn't he just say a little bit earlier that he wasn't? Now he says he doesn't care that they are. They don't have to agree with everything I say, and I don't have to agree with everything they say. The point is, they are white positive. No, you're wrong. They're definitely not white positive. There's white negative speech and white positive speech. White positive speech focuses on us, just us, loving our own people, defending ourselves against injury that is committed by anti-whites, irrespective of their immutable characteristics. White negative speech is people in the white sympathetic sphere who use the injury that whites experience in order to speak badly about other groups of human beings. And that's where their focus is. That's what they talk about. So they're not white positive. Spike though says Spike is white positive. He says he never said that the people who heard what he said needed to join the NJP and then out themselves. He said, and now he's talking about Warren again, that people who are white positive should. No, that's not what I heard at all. I halfway, and I quoted him again, I halfway agree with him, says Spike. If you are in a position where you won't ruin your life, go ahead and make it known that you care for your people. The more people who come to the forefront of the white positive sphere, the better. Spike, here's the difference, brother. You don't go to, you don't get at the barbecue, the neighborhood barbecue, and say at the neighborhood barbecue that you are X, and everybody knows that X means that you stand up for white people and that there's a political and economic ideology to that, and etc. I know this is hard to understand. At the barbecue, you talk about how this thing that like Nancy Drew was talking about earlier, and you say, this is really anti-white. This persecution of white people really needs to come to an end because it is destroying our civilization. It is going to ruin it for everyone. It is immoral. It needs to stop. When you say that, you are viewed as a sane, ordinary person. When you declare that you are an X, and here is the political ideology, here is the economic ideology, here is the sociological ideology, etc., attached to it, you are seen as insane. and no one will want to speak with you. They will immediately categorize you. They will attribute to you everything they have learned from fiction, everything that they believe is fact. Whether it's fact or not is totally immaterial. They believe it's fact. They will attribute all of that to you, and then all of your opinions will have this much value for them. Let me read my response. We'll get through this. Spike, I will have to respond to the rest of what you wrote on a stream, as I do not have the time here. But I will make two quick observations. One of your arguments is that I have to support, endorse whatever idea or ideas come out of the white sympathetic sphere simply because they came out of the white sympathetic sphere. Or do you actually mean that I have to support, endorse whatever ideas come from the NJP? When Warren said that it was everyone's duty to build themselves up to a place to unmask themselves, and that we are not going to have victory until everyone does this, he was disagreeing with my statements I have made in the past about how folks should have behaved relative to remaining anonymous on going public. So, have you gone to Warren and demanded to know why he is disagreeing with me? Nope. It just, quote, it just seems that you, Jason, you are willing to condemn everyone else in the white positive sphere that doesn't completely want to do things only your way. So I just want to point out here about where I get up to the point where I say no. This is the thing that I have seen in abundance when it comes to the NJP. Since they've come into it, ever since they came into existence, is that, Jason, how dare you disagree with them? You're just fracturing things by not agreeing with everything they say. You can't do that, Jason, because you're ruining the strength that we would otherwise have. But not at any point do they say, well, wait a second. When the NJP showed up with opinions at variance with Jason's opinions, did they go to the NJP and say to them, wait, what are you doing? You're fracturing everything that Jason has said and all the people who are serving White Wellbeing are doing. Why would you do that? You shouldn't disagree with them. No, it's only this argument made against me that I shouldn't disagree with the NJP. So you can see how fallacious it is when they make this argument. So then he says the straw man argument, and I go on. I condemn what is disastrous in telling folks that it is their duty to unmask themselves and that they won't have success until everyone does is disastrous. I've never said that going free is the only way to recapture our destiny, but it is factually the only thing that has achieved the victories we discuss weekly. Really, what are you saying? Like others who are recently enamored with the NJP, is that I should not disagree with the NJP simply because they are the NJP. You have ignored the quotes I gave you about what he said, Warren. You didn't speak to the arguments I made. Instead, you use a straw man and a few fallacies. This is silly and obvious. I think your time would be better spent in the NJP threads. Good luck to you, is what I said. Spike had a response for that. I never said that you have to support the NJP, except that you did. I don't support the NJP, writes Spike. However, like I said in the first place, I did not hear him say that everyone has to join the NJP. It's taken, of course, for granted, and come out as NS. They're National Socialists. If you join them, that's taken for granted. It would have to be come out as National Socialists. What I heard, and what are you gonna find when you go to the NJP? Warren said very distinctly when he was on with Tim. He said, quote, and this is at 13 minutes, 27 seconds in that conversation with Tim, I say it, that it's a National Socialist organization, because I don't want there to be any misunderstanding. I don't want anybody to get involved in our thing and then hear someone say, see somebody throw up a Roman, or hear, a book being sold, or someone mentions something, and then they are like, wait a minute, I didn't sign up for this. I don't want any kind of buyer's remorse, close quote. And I think that's actually great of Warren. Good. I think he should be up front. So good, actually good for Warren for saying right up front, This is what the NJP is. This is what he is. This is what the board is. This is what you're going to find at NJP events. He doesn't want there to be buyer's remorse. I think that's honest of him. Good on him. So obviously, I know, apparently I know more about their positions and opinions than Spike does here. What I heard, Spike goes on, is that everyone in the white positive sphere should come forth after building themselves up enough to where it would not destroy their lives. Better your situation. Get yourself out of, and it's more just defense. I mean, it was very clear. Under the anti-white establishment. He is actually right when he says that we don't win until more people come forth as white positive. Wrong. That's not how it works at all. If you are living your life in such a way that you have to hide your thoughts for fear of being fired from your job or something else disastrous happening, this is no way to be living. Spike, we have to live that way. They won. There is only, we have carved out a very clear path that is working. You change the story with the concepts that the people use that serve their personal interests, and therefore they employ them. The personal interests are then aligned by way of these concepts with the group interests. And then as more people take up the new language, shifts in context change place, and new opportunities that you cannot fathom today present themselves. This is very complicated. I get it. But if you don't understand it, then shut up. Just do what works. Or you can go the direction that's very different from what we're doing, something that's different in kind, totally, and you can attend a bunch of events that have everything paid for, all the food's paid for, everything's paid for. You can attend as many of those events as you want. And you know what? That's been happening the entire time I've been. It's been happening since the Silver Legion in the United States. Great big events, bigger events far than you've ever seen, with a population that was far, the percentage was far closer to 100% white than ever you could imagine. You could do that, or you could do this. I don't care. I would like you to do this, but he goes on. These big corporations that are forcing our people to go through the embarrassment of CRT training while on the job wouldn't be able to do this if more white people would stand against it. Listen, they won't be able to do that if everybody in the corporation begins using the concepts that defeat the anti-white concepts that have defeated us. If people in that, or not even everybody, but enough, there'll be a percentage somewhere shy, somewhere far shy of everybody. But anybody say that they are National Socialists and they Heil Hitler are getting their ass fired. And it won't matter how many of them say that they're National Socialists and they're part of the NJP. It won't matter how many of them saying that. It's not going to stop CRT. If anything, it's going, not if anything, in my opinion, 100%, it will provide more fuel for more CRT, for more anti-whiteism at the workplace. They'll say, my God, these people, we've got video of them. Actually, look at them. It is everything that we say in our anti-white narrative and all the fiction. I'm not afraid to disagree with anyone, writes Spike. That's good. And have made comments of disapproval on everyone's videos, from Mark to Warren and Emily to now you. Well, that's great. That's great. I appreciate that. You're missing my whole statement on how the anti-whites will circle their wagons around the lowest of the low amongst them. You can, and let me also make everybody clear here. I'm speaking less to Spike with these particular statements than I am to the totality of the people who are making the similar arguments against me and against those who are in the practice of going free and who are driving more and more people over to what I get too hiling Hitler. I mean, I'll just say it. I'll say these things in a way that the people who are hiling Hitler will find acceptable. So, and maybe I am misunderstanding Spike. I will absolutely grant him that. Maybe in the statements that he's made here, I've misunderstood, especially since so many people are making similar arguments and meaning different things. So maybe I've misunderstood. If I'm in error, then I apologize for being in error of any of the misinterpretation of anything that Spike has said. 100%. So he goes on. You can disagree with the NJP all you want. I do as well, he adds. But there are things that we do all agree on. And that is what we should focus on more instead of focusing on what we don't agree on. And one thing I do want to laud Spike for is that he obviously cares about our people. It might be, in my opinion, if I'm interpreting him accurately, it's misguided, but at least in certain areas. But he absolutely is making these arguments, some straw men, some fallacies, and whatever else, because he cares about white people. So not taking that away from him whatsoever. Say whatever you want about being NS and everything that they actually say, but don't put extra words into people's mouths like you did there. Again, I quoted Warren. I agree with you on a lot. There are things that I don't agree with you too. But in my eyes, everyone in the WP, white positive sphere, should be worth supporting unless they are obviously out here as a Fed plants to build a case against everyone. You know the type I'm talking about, the types who just look like they're doing what they're doing to make all of us look bad. Let the NJP do their thing and continue to do your thing, but don't make news out of something that isn't what it is in reality. Again, folks, you can watch at the interview. Mark said that the time has come for people to engage in IRL. Of course, Mark had the great conference that they had coming up. Mark did not say that people should be unmasking in that conversation. It is, you can participate. Things used to only be in IRL. You can participate in IRL without unmasking. And then Warren said the things I quoted him saying. And then even further, you can't say that this is not unmasking, like in this conversation with Tim. Quote, if you listen to our speeches or look at our 25 points, that's as National Socialist as you are going to get, he says. To me, National Socialism, Hitler defines it as, and then he goes on. He says here in the conversation with Warren, quote, if you say I'm not a Nazi, I'm just pro-white, he says I'm anti-Jewish power in his statement here. I'm for the working class. I'm a nationalist. I'm against the greed of big corporations. I'm for my country. I'm patriotic. People are going to say, well, you sound like a Nazi, that you sound like Hitler. So I don't think any of us should run away from that. I think that we should just say, well, yeah, what was Hitler fighting for? And then he says that name was right. What's wrong with that? Close quote. That's what he's advising people to say. I would say that's unmasking. I would say maybe that's a bit of unmasking there. Yeah, telling people that guy was right. What was he fighting for? That guy was right. What's wrong with that? That's a bit of unmasking. Spike goes on, as for the straw man argument, if what I said was a straw man, doesn't that make sense? What you said, the exact same thing. I quoted him. And now you want to push people away by telling them that their time would be better spent on NJP stuff. For the third or fourth time in this exchange, I do not support the NJP or NS ideas. I support the white positive sphere, though. And that means that I am willing to consider even what people I don't agree with on a lot when they make sense on certain things. How do you, and by the way, make sense on certain things, folks? A wish list is not making sense, right? Saying this should end, that should end, this should end, that's unfair, that's hypocrisy, that's a double standard. And then things like, what is there's another one that he said here about politics, you know, saying that when Warren was on with Tim, saying that you just need to take power. That's a wish. It's easier to build a bridge to the moon. So we'll just take power after we build the bridge to the moon. How do you think anti-white organizations can get away with saying they are openly communist? Because they're anti-white organizations and anti-whites dominate everything. That's how, brother. Because the more powerful anti-whites will circle the wagons around them and not allow them to be destroyed. Is being openly communist a good look for an organization? Yeah, the anti-whites dominate, so it is. Is somehow communists not responsible for over 100 million deaths? No, they absolutely are. But your perception of what they did means jack and squat relative to the control of the dissemination of information by the anti-whites, and whether or not that word and what they did, that title and what they did, is something that is good or bad or indifferent or going to make sense to anybody or motivate anybody whatsoever. Calling them communists, Marxists, a group of other human beings, it is not going to move us any closer to the recapture of our destiny. This is the problem. Our enemies are willing to work with open communists. No, they're anti-whites. They take different names, making their group a bigger group, while we continue to splinter off from each other and throw each other under the bus. But until we stop that, we will never win. Now, once again, that does not mean that you have to join the NJP. If you want to address this in a stream, just make sure that you don't put words into my mouth like you did in the above comments and like you did to Warren. I'm giving allowances for if I misinterpreted something, but I read your words specifically. And I quoted Warren specifically. If I misread somewhere, then please let me know. I wrote back, I quoted Warren, end of story. Secondly, one cannot come out public with any pro-white position because pro-white ruins your life. That is far more complex than the midwittery of get a few thousand folks in the US to say that they are National Socialists or any number of other pro-white positions, and things will get better. If you actually followed our work, you would know that. So go freeze, Spike. Come on. You already say you agree with a bunch. You're so close to seeing why this stuff makes no sense that I think it makes no sense. They think it makes sense. I will be intellectually honest with them where they have not been intellectually honest with me, at least not yet. I look forward to that changing, but we'll see. Promethean Epoch added on here as well. I thought it was worth sharing. Just as Jason has encouraged people to call out anti-whiteism numerous times on his stream, both online and in person. He's read testimonials about people calling their company, which are forcing them to take, quote, diversity and inclusion training and actually winning when they use the lexicon of going free. Thank you for mentioning that, Promethean Epoch. Folks, there are incalculable warranted hyperbole victories. I cannot remember them all. You all have to remember Promethean Epoch is doing a great job jumping in here and saying, do you forget about these times where folks have gone in and they've been called in for these anti-white obedience trainings and they have used the lexicon and been successful. They're not going to be able, in my opinion, to go in there and say something like H was right and then have success with the people in the human resources at their company. But I guess we'll wait and see. Promethean Epoch goes on. He has had guests on tap like that teacher who have publicly stepped forward to condemn CRT. People like Brand Danger have left the anonymous realm, and now their faces on stream and show their faces on stream, as well as people like Yiz and Fornull. I really don't know where you are coming from with trying to allege that Jason wants to somehow keep all white positive sphere people in the shadow of anonymity. If you have been watching his streams for 3 years, you would know this. Also, what would be the end benefit of him trying to convince everyone not to come forward? You make it seem like there is some kind of hidden intent. Also, from my own personal perspective, if the NJP had the right idea, this would have already been accomplished in the 1990s when America was still 80% white. Dr. David managed to get elected to the office of state representative. The National Alliance was pulling in $1 million annually and had around 14 full-time staff. And there was a fairly popular underground movement of RAC music and culture. What did this end up getting us in the long run? It got our victimizers, liberals of B-roll, it got our victimizers libraries of B-roll footage to use whenever they want to condemn white sympathetic people and make us look like evil. Very well written Promethean epoch, and it sounds like you were close enough to be able to speak firsthand on everything taking place at that time and earlier period. Like I was talking about the Silver Legion and Pele, and there were others just before and after him endeavors. And the point of addressing this again is because when I gave constructive criticism of the NJP when they first announced that their existence, the attacks began, and many of these attacks against me for the things that I said about the NJP, I have now been vindicated by the words of, if he's not the creator and leader, he's one of their leaders on the board of NJP. I have been vindicated with all of it. And now I'm waiting for the apologies, jackasses. And for all of you out there who saw what I had to say, I gave the logical arguments, and you said, yeah, that makes perfect sense. I see that that's happening. Kudos to you. Salutes to you for being able to see clearly when so many others were not able to see. And what is it that you were able to see clearly about? That the NJP is not a patriotic, just a basic patriotic or nationalist organization. It is, in fact, and it's not National Socialist in the sense of that I say we've talked about sometimes we see in Scandinavia and some rare places, rarely in other places, where it's just this examination, this like cold examination of what exactly is nationalism, what exactly is socialism, how do these things come together, can it be beneficial under the current circumstances, could it work in a modern government? Is it the kind of thing that you could tell people about? Are they too poisoned on the idea all around to even mention? There is some honest and mature assessment of these questions, posing of these questions, evaluating these questions, and coming to, in some cases, difficult answers, in some cases, hopeful answers for some people. But this at NJP is National Socialism. Warren said, to be intellectually as fair with him as possible, that they don't want to put on the same uniforms that they wore in Nazi Germany and the armbands and cosplay. Those were his exact words. They're not going to cosplay. But he said they look to the National Socialist German Workers' Party, the Nazi Party. They laud and mention Adolf Hitler and the different leaders, and they study them with the intent of having all that they did in Nazi Germany inform everything that they try to do today. That is a very different National Socialism than what I articulated that I have seen in mostly in Scandinavian countries and sometimes sprinkled here and there elsewhere by some others. So I am waiting. I know, they won't call and apologize. Talk about a vindication from Warren Baylog himself. Thank you, Warren. Actually, thank you very much. Finally, there was all this confusion and all these people endlessly attacking me and over these things that I said, that you came out and said, oh, this is exactly what we're all about. Warren said at 1 hour, 42 minutes, 39 seconds when he was on with Tim, quote, they used to say in the alt-right, this thing that politics is downstream from culture. I fundamentally disagree with that. I believe that culture and everything else is downstream from politics. Referencing Napoleon-era politics, he goes on. It started with politics, and then it ended with military decisions that then affected economies and then culture. I personally believe politics is where it's at. So I want to thank. That's a very honest statement that Warren is making there. Very frank statement, a very straightforward statement. He's speaking clearly like a white man, and thank God for that. So I can respect that. I can absolutely respect him, and I can respect that he's speaking frankly about his position. Now, I think that position is, I'll just say, false. Comparing what Napoleon did, it's like comparing what Alexander the Great did. We are not Napoleon, white people. We are not a Napoleon position or an Alexander the Great position. There is no way in hell that you are going to take by force, which of course is what they did. Napoleon, Alexander the Great. Yeah, it's true. Napoleon, Alexander the Great. Alexander the Great, he didn't go to the cities along the way as he was building Macedonia out. He didn't go and say, okay, look, we're going to get into this town. I'm going to send a bunch of people in the city, and we're going to take a new set of concepts. And over time, we're going to push these concepts, and over time, that will change the milieu in which, the matrix in which all of their political decisions and what is moral and what is immoral, even more important than political decisions, take place. And then eventually that will deliver the city to us. Alexander the Great didn't do that. He was a bit more of a badass than anybody else, in a bit of a better position. Son of a king that had built a great army. They had military advancements that weren't known in the rest of the world. He was obviously brilliant beyond the compare of so many people nowadays. He also had the help. I mean, you need to do some study of some extraordinarily intelligent people. And he was very brave. And so he was able to just ride up and say, okay, we're just going to kill everybody and then take the city. And then we'll just tell them, we'll just impose upon them a new politics, a new culture, etc., because I'm Alexander the Great. That's what Alexander the Great said. So let's stop playing, is what I have to say, and let's assess where we actually are in the world. Let's use our intelligence. Let's outwit the anti-whites, because we are men and women of the West, and we can do that. But I'm glad I addressed this. I'm thankful that Warren spoke so frankly and honestly, as one would expect of a white man, and look forward to the people coming forward and saying, yep, you're vindicated. You're vindicated. So now you know, if you're going to join and participate in the NJP, support the NJP, now you know exactly what it is. So you can't come to me anymore and say, Jason, you're ruining everything. They're just patriots. They're just nationalists. Has nothing to do with any of that other stuff. Has nothing to do. By the way, do you... I should also mention, I don't think I have the timestamp for it in the conversation, but the National Justice Party, they mentioned this. He mentioned this on Tim's show when they had a conversation, and I encourage you all to listen to it. I think you have to get behind Tim's paywall, and you should do so. Go over there and join and get behind Tim's paywall and see, watch his shows. He's doing a lot of good work. And they say that Warren talks about how they have the NJP is I don't recall the exact verbiage he uses, but the group that they work with for who also does their security at their meetings is called the American Defense Skinheads. I'm sure those are just a bunch of patriots. So let's see what you all have to say, and we'll refresh and see if there's anybody here who owes me an apology and has given it. We have Kaber financially gifting $25. So let's get a raucous round of emojis going for Kaber and that wonderful financial gift of $25. And he said, have you heard of Academic Agent Channel? That sounds familiar. Are you saying that it's somebody we should look into, or is somebody who's problematic? Or if you could just tag me on YouTube and I'll catch it, or jump over to Entropy and the question widget and I'll take a look. But thank you so much for the financial gift. And either way, we'll figure out what you mean about the academic agent. And we have our sweet lady, I Love Jesus Christ, back. And she says with $10, thank you so much for that financial gift. She says for White Wellbeing. That's I Love Jesus Christ. God bless you, sister. Thank you so much. All those Christians out there wondering, can the practice of Go Free work with Christianity? Well, somebody who titles themselves I Love Jesus Christ and financially gifts every single week thinks so. Happy Halloween to everybody. I see some pumpkins, and let's see. What else do we have here? I'll scroll to the top of this chat, and then we'll come back. We'll take a look at Entropy, and we're going to keep rolling. And looks like we had some deleted comments. Okay. This is somebody talking about another group of human beings deserving to have their comments deleted. You need to get away from that sickness. Get away from being in somebody else's story. Get away from hating on any other groups of mankind. It will make you sick. You will go nowhere. You will be confirming the anti-white narrative. You need to grow. You need to heal. In fact, I'll take the opportunity to say now to everyone out there, maybe folks in the American Defense Skinhead group, I want you all to know, honestly, from the bottom of my heart, that I understand the pain that you are feeling. I understand the pain that you have felt for however many years of your life since you have decided that you are sick and tired of the victimization of our people. I know the pain because I felt it myself. That physical and that spiritual defeat by the anti-whites. You see it in the world all around you, and you get frustrated. You're angry because of it. I've felt the anger too, but you're going the wrong way. There is a better way. There is a way where you can get out of their story and you can be productive, not only for that people that you care about, but for yourself. You can make a difference in the world. You don't need to be the antagonist in their story. It feels like power, but it's empty. It's meretricious. It just looks like strength. It just looks like you're scaring people, but really you're just giving them the fodder to do to you and do to us everything that they want to do when it comes to victimization and white erasure. So I want you to know that I've been there. I've felt those exact same feelings. I've been there in those exact same moments. I've been as angry and as hurt as you have. My soul has felt as broken as yours does, but my soul doesn't feel broken anymore. You can heal. You can be whole. You can be more than you ever thought you could ever be. Come to going free of the anti-white narrative. Pick up this practice. There's simple concepts. You can get started right away, making a big difference in your life and the lives of our brothers and sisters out there. And you can strike back at our victimizers who name themselves anti-white with their words and deeds, nothing else. then you'll be doing the moral work. Then you know that feeling of immorality that you feel in your heart when you lash out at the world the way you're lashing out, and you hate that feeling, and because it's inside of you, you hate part of yourself. You'll know that you can cleanse yourself of it. You'll know that you can rid yourself of it. You'll know that you can rip by the roots that part of yourself out of you that you hate. And you can be a hero in our story. I want to see you go free. Don't let anything hold you back. Don't let the anti-whites manipulate you like you're no more than some animal for them to lead around by the nose. Make today, tonight, whatever time it is for you, when you watch or hear this, make this the day that you turn your life around and you go free. And we'll be there with you every step of the way. Let's see what you all are saying. Fred is here. Dino is here. Let's see. We got a bunch of comments. I'm sure folks showing up. Yes, folks want to talk about other groups of mankind. 0022 says, Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween to you. Somebody who's using No White Guilt as their name had their comment deleted. Is talking about a specific group of human beings, say they never leave whites alone. Well, even in those circles where people believe that, they always will trot out this exception to the rule or that exception to the rule out of that community, don't they? They do that because, like conservatives, they think it legitimizes their position. So when you are honest with yourself, when you are in a moral position, you don't have to say this whole group is evil and then here are all the exceptions. You just say, where are the anti-whites? Where are the people who name themselves anti-white? And then that's your catch-all. You'll get everyone who's anti-white. Then you won't have to say. Then your formula won't be flawed. When you say this whole group is evil, except here are all the exceptions, your formula is flawed. When you say whoever identifies as anti-white is anti-white, then your formula is pristine. It's never wrong. All right. Well, thank you to the moderators, because of course, and I also want to point out, there are a lot of anti-whites out there who are cryptos. They build reputations up as Nazis, Hitler's Roman saluting Nazis. These are anti-whites. They build online reputations up because they know how damaging it is to those who want to put an end to the victimization of Western kind. They know how damaging it is to talk like that, to walk like that, to dress like that, to be like that, because they know ordinary people in our tens of millions, hundreds of millions, our brothers and sisters out there, and ordinary people from other races are not going to want to be a part of any Hitler saluting endeavor. Listen, how can I convey this? If there was an asteroid headed toward planet Earth, and the group of people that were going to oppose the asteroid that was going to destroy the planet Earth were Nazis that were saluting Hitler, no one would join them. That's how much everyone hates them. They would rather have the planet get hit by an asteroid. Now, of course, that's hyperbole, but you get my point. White people are not going to, and non-white people are not going to join endeavor. This is one of the reasons, by the way, that, and I'm going to give her credit. Jilly said that you see these folks where they are united in this Hitler worshiping, Hitler esotericist worshiping folks who are united in hatred of Jews. You see, many of these people have, or a certain percentage of them, I won't say many, have non-white people in their family, or they've produced non-white children. And so they then end up thinking that, well, they can be united in hatred of some other group rather than in love for Western kind, because they wrongly believe that they are excluded for love of Western kind, because they take for granted the Nazi idea that it's just for white people. So in this pretzelized way, they look out at the world and they say, okay, they have a non-white person in their family, or they produce non-white children, but and therefore the ideas of Nazism preclude their participation. But the Nazis are united in hatred of Jewish people. They're united with non-white people, like Palestinians, or non-white people, like whatever. This is their talk, not mine. And then they think, oh, I can participate in that, because the point of unification is not the love and well-being and preservation of white people. No, it's the hatred of Jewish people. God. This is the big difference, I tell you. When it comes to Spike, when it comes to the anti-whites, their mid and midget wits, they're able to see intelligence, and then they follow it. So you think that they're all circling the wagons on any dumb idea. No, they circle the wagons on intelligence. They follow it. I can articulate this with reason, logic, and evidence thousands of times and thousands of conversations over all of the years. And it still finds so few smart enough to get it. They still would rather unite in the hatred of another group. By the way, one of the things you find that is a regular piece of neo-Nazi and Nazi groups throughout the West is a member of the group that is hated who is self-hating. And that group, that other group of people, they have a name for it. I'm not going to say any of these names, but they have a name for it. And you find these people, and they're either half of that other race of man, or full, but they just doesn't convey as much in their appearance. And you find them at the very top. And they are there solely because they hate that group they came from. They hate their mother. They hate their father. They hated all of the discipline and the strictures and the comparisons with other children in that group. And they fell short of the expectations. They didn't do as well as the other children in that group. And now they want to get back at their mother, their father, their community, or whatever it is. And then they suddenly come over and they become white. And then they lead the Nazi groups. They're always near, either at the top or near the top. So that's another phenomenon. Of course, I could be wrong. You know who to check with, CNN. Hear from voices everywhere. John is with us. Magnificent Kevin is with us. And let's see. For Null here, it says no. I don't know. What was that for Null? Oh, you're talking to the other no white guilt. Yeah, you're not going to be able to speak to him without tagging me as well, I guess. Radio Albion, writes J-Link, is covering Alexander the Great right now, by the way. How about that? It's very based also. All right. So that is Alexander the Great. I hope they're not making recommendations for how to go from A to Z. I suspect they're not. But let's continue. There's Ian T.D. Wilson is with us on Halloween. Great to see you, brother. We're at the 8 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. Took more time than I thought or than I wanted, but it really had to be said. And I want to say, again, here at the end, that I really am grateful that Warren spoke frankly about the NJP, and that I have been vindicated on those points that I mentioned. and for which I have been pretty well attacked since the beginning. Happy Samhain to everyone who is practicing that. Mark writes, thank you, brother. Perfect sentiments. Well, you're most welcome, and thank you. And we have Kingdom of Vinland. I stopped following the NJP when I found out they were NS. I was recommended them by PA after asking a potential American branch of PA. Okay, so I hope that whoever recommended you now knows that these aren't just patriots. I don't doubt that there are patriotic people who have found their way into NJP. I don't doubt that at all. I don't doubt that you always have people, there are good people who end up in bad places and with bad ideas. And I hope all of those people find their way to what I believe, and obviously what you all believe who are engaged in the practice of going free, is really the place to be. You need to love our people and stop being united in hatred of another group. Anglo America says, why do you got to be so based? Thanks, brother. Why do you got to be so based? Nancy Drew says, there is only one no white guilt. Any other imitations pale in comparison. Well, I thank you for that. But don't be afraid to use no white guilt when you're in conversation, a sticker, whatever it might be. Make sure you get it up in people's faces, because that is what they need. You tell an anti-white, oh, you just want to white guilt me, and you watch them come unglued. Because they know they need you white guilted so that you will lower your guard, then they can victimize you. Everybody who's practicing going free, we're all no white guilt. Dean says, Jason, PA has had Warren Baylog on their stream. Yeah, they did 2 Wednesdays ago on their stream, and are very fond of NJP. What are your thoughts? Well, I think that there are, when you are in a troubled waters, maybe, and you're sailing troubled waters, and there's a typhoon, and you maybe see another ship out there, and you can't quite make out everything that's on that ship. You can't quite make out where that ship is trying to go and how it's trying to go. You'd be likely inclined, I think, to move toward it. And with me, I have seen this too many times. This is a very tiresome thing and frustrating thing for me. I've seen it too many times. And there's this, when you provide people in a story, the anti-white narrative, when you provide them a character to be, a role to play of the antagonist, and then you imbue that role with power in the fiction, humans ape, they imitate. That's what humanity does. If you want something different, you need a different species. And so I've seen this draw to behave this way. And then there's like a boomerang effect. People go to jail. People's lives are ruined. People die, either suicide or get killed. It falls apart. It doesn't work. The litmus tests grow, and the purity spiraling grows, because you're on a spectrum then. And the moment you step into a spectrum, folks, the moment you step onto a spectrum and a certain direction on that spectrum is perceived as increasingly likely to succeed, then it is inevitable. It is inevitable that it will grow and grow in that direction, and people will demand more and more litmus tests, and the bar will get higher and higher, and it goes bad. And so, and a lot of good people, a lot of innocent people end up getting hurt. And so this is my perception. I know the people over at NJP believe it's going to be quite different. And from my perception, Dean, I would say that perhaps in another year, things for the NJP per the folks, the great folks over at PA, will look different, and maybe they will not be so enamored. I don't know, but I can tell you from where I sit, it seems to me that, well, I know for sure that if you were to, in the UK, go the direction of NJP, everybody's just done. So I think that's a really wonderful sort of way, being caused by the anti-whites, almost a bulwark to prevent this sort of Hitler worship. And then the ineffectiveness of it. So in a strange way, the anti-whites are in some of these other, not just the UK, but other European countries. They are almost helping those of us there to be more effective, because their laws prevent you from going the most destructive direction. But again, we'll see. I know that well, let's see what Roy has to say. You must admit that John Cleese's goose stepping in the German episode of Faulty Towers was very amusing. He has that's one of his isn't this the guy that does all the different crazy walks? We had a statement here by Western Essence about you're in somebody else's story when you talk that way, brother. Get out of their story. Just stop worrying about what they believe something to be, how they categorize something. You follow me? Stop worrying about how they categorize. I'm going to tell you right now, anti-whites are out there hearing what I have to say, and they're saying, holy shit, we hope these people don't start listening to this guy. Remain in our story, the anti-whites are saying. Lull you back to sleep. Remain in our story. Continue looking this way to resist us. Jason is a lighthouse of white. Thanks. I appreciate it. All right, I'll swivel around this way, and we'll see what you have to say over on Entropy. Sakis here, $5. Thank you so much, brother. Writes, NJP won't last. In Canada, we had a similar party in the 1990s called the Heritage Front. I think I remember them. Heritage Front. I thought it was something else front. Maybe it was Heritage Front. The party ended when its founder and leader was found murdered in a flop house after it ruined his life. How many times does this have to happen, folks? How many times? You see, this is the problem with not being able to walk on water. If I could just walk on water, then people would just say, oh, geez, we better just, but I have to have successes and you all having successes, and still, I mean, I take my hats off to, the folks over at NJP are appealing to the programming in the population. And that's the direction to go. If you want to pull in a bunch of people and you want to get them going in a certain direction, you want to, the whole spectrum of these poor pre-programmed souls. And, they absolutely are going to be able to bring in. So I take my hats. I wish that wouldn't happen. It's a much harder slog to try to get people out of their pre-programming and into something that is more benefit. Again, this is my opinion, right? This is my opinion. You all can look at history. You can see how often that sort of endeavor, how often it's had success or not, and what it's done to people. And don't forget that even the the acme, the absolute pinnacle of what they believe to be success failed. And it failed in the most gruesome way possible for our people. Vincent financially gifts $10. Thank you, dear brother. And writes here, anger is a natural emotion. I agree completely. But it can easily paralyze you. Absolutely. It can cloud your judgment and mostly make you useless, make you ineffective at fighting anti-whiteism. Beautifully said. Thank you so much, Vincent. $10 financial gift. Very wise words. Remember what we say in service to white well-being, folks. When something makes you angry, and there are plenty of things to make you angry in the world, don't use that anger to hate on some other group of mankind. Don't use that anger to go buy the shoes that you'll fit, that will make you fit into the group who hates on some other group of mankind. Don't go buy a flag or whatever it might be, or a gun to go on the wall, or from the 1930s or something of this nature. Take the anger that the anti-whites make you feel. Remember, anger is a virtue when it protects the innocent. Pair it with the love of the innocent members of our people, the most vulnerable members. You could start there and then go all the way up to the ones who are victimized the most, white males. And then you use the anger and you use the love. The anger is a short-term energy. The love is a long-term energy. You pair those, and then you take service to white well-being, 5 key concepts, the other concepts that are there, and you get out into the world and you infuse them into the world to change the societal conversation. You change it in your family, you change it in your workspace, you change it in your circle of friends, you change it everywhere. And then you will be able to be happy with the success. You know what makes you angrier than anything in the world? Couple things. It's not just what the anti-whites do. And a lot of these, where I feel this pain that so many of these young guys and people of all ages, men and women, who end up playing the antagonist role. You get angered from what the anti-whites do, their supreme success, their domination of us. Then you get angry because you feel that immorality in you for hating on them, for immutable characteristics, some group of mankind, or however many groups of mankind. You feel it and you hate yourself for it. And then you hate yourself for being so ineffective. So it's like this circle. The anti-whites piss you off. You hate different groups who you claim are responsible for it. And you hate yourself for being immoral, for feeling that. Then you hate yourself for being, and you're angry as well as the hate, angry with yourself for the failures that you have in being able to change it. So it's just this one loop of hate and anger, instead of taking the anger as something useful, as a fire contained in a lantern, and pairing it with our love and going the distance, making a difference. Every time people who are going free, like we could talk about Elaine Sabatino and these things, which I'm sure the folks over at NJP, they would laugh their asses off. Let them laugh. When we take these things and you put this out into the world, when she does this, and then she sees the news reports in her local area and other things too, the walls covered in the stuff that she's done. When she sees this stuff in her local area, she's elated. When she sees the news talking about the exact same concepts on other continents and failing in the exact same way that the news fails on the continent she lives, she is elated. What does that feeling of victory do to her? What does that feeling of success do for all of us? So you can have major victories like that, and you can have victories that are just as big, but they seem smaller, like with a family member. You're not going to find a family member where you go and you say that, as Warren is suggesting, you say that H was right, and then you defend him. You're going to have family members who think you're insane and they want nothing to do with you. But when you go to that family member and you say, gosh, you know what? This XYZ, this is such anti-whiteism. You know that Hollywood is in history. and they have just recrafted history with this pure anti-whiteism. And that family member then says, you know, it actually is anti-white. Hollywood is not history. You're right about that. And you win them, you begin to win them to concepts that set them free. Oh man, that feeling of success, it can't be replaced. Then that's what I'm trying to convey. That's what Vincent's trying to convey. TJ, no, let's see. Slots, this quote, this merchant is not available for GPay, close quote. I got the same error. Entropy appears to have been banned by Google. Really? Sloth says, what's your opinion on the critique that saying white well-being is the same as human well-being? Is it white negative? Oh, I'll come back to that in 1 second. If somebody could, like a $1 by way of GPay, if you have GPay and you haven't financially gifted yet, maybe just $1 through Entropy, and let's see what happens, and then tag me, and we will we'll try to get a finger on the pulse of what is happening here. But I'm going to have to take a short break, and then we will be right back.
Agenda control exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
What is dead, yet part of life, and what is living, yet already dead? This is a riddle that we'll unwrap today. Indicators of a sick and dying society are all around us. Zombies are everywhere in popular culture, a sign of the times, an unconscious assertion of where we are. On a more serious and devastating note, we're inundated each day with news steeped in what some would call a cult of death. But what are the distinctions between a clear-eyed assessment and acceptance of death versus the decidedly anti-life worldviews and practices we see today in the ailing West? Death as part of life versus an entirely anti-life view. Is this just wordplay? Maybe the zombies have been eating my brain. It's been observed for some time now that the zombie trend, which has pervaded popular culture since around the turn of the century, reflects the zeitgeist and has something in it for everyone. The left can fret and vent about the decline they're ushering in, all the while distancing themselves from it and masking it in gimmicky entertainment. The right can buy their zombie apocalypse firearms and tactical gear. Yes, this is a real thing, and prepare for the coming collapse. And those more attuned to the demographic shifts and also how the mainstream brainwashes the masses can find their own metaphors. But everyone knows something is wrong. A culture that was more homogenous, cohesive, and rooted wouldn't quite be so enamored of undead soulless slaves who want to make you one of them. We would do well to understand what vital energies and wisdom spring from a true and organic connection to death, and contrast this with what is disconnected, flailing about and destroying with no view towards regeneration, destruction for destruction's sake, consumption for consumption's sake, unmoored and out of tune with what is balanced and sustaining. To do so, we'll take a look back at some of the traditions of our European ancestors. This is not in an attempt to recreate the past, nor is it to say that everything about the past was better. I can already see some of the comments now. Rather, it is to uncover the best aspects of our timeless character traits, even though those traits, of course, sometimes are perverted or buried under the modern world, and reassert those traits now for our own survival, well-being, and thriving. Death holds a mystifying fascination, and in the autumn and latter part of the year especially, our ancestors encountered and even celebrated death as a fact of life. Today we carve our jack-o'-lanterns, tell ghost stories, and in the month of October in some of our lands, prepare for the modern holiday of Halloween, which has much older and deeper roots in similar holidays seen from various European traditions. Alphablot in the Teutonic lands, Giadi in the Slavic, Martini and Velu lakes in the Baltic, Samhain in the Celtic. One aspect of these old traditions was a quiet and private veneration of the dead. This could take the form of a family meal where all was dark and silent at the homestead, and the spirits of deceased relatives were invited, so to speak, to the occasion. Our ancestors weren't being macabre for its own sake when they were doing this, nor were they in denial about their loved ones having passed from this life. They were honoring the dead and reminding themselves that our families, and more broadly our people, are part of a grand procession through time, and that we the living are just one link in the chain. And the dead had a real presence in our ancestors' lives, so long as they kept the memory of the dead alive. Somewhat like we keep pictures today of dead relatives, or maybe even speak or pray to them. But the practices I'm mentioning here put much more of an intentional focus on the living's relation to the dead. Indeed, this was part of a larger worldview where our earthly life was seen as just one.
All right. We will have to watch the rest of the great Mr. Jared George next week, because I just noticed, indeed, we are almost out of time. So very quickly, I want to speak to Slots asking about human well-being. This is a meme pathogen. You respond to such a person by saying that white well-being is human well-being. Of course, I'll just quickly say that human well-being doesn't unite us as a people. You could say to your audience, humans are not being attacked. Western kind is being victimized. Why are you being so anti-white that you want to deflect this into the victimization of all people? This is a sign of your sickness. Yeah, this is how I would take it. If you have some clarification on the question, jump into the question widget. I'm going to go really quick because I'm going to take one call tonight from Mr. V, a brief call. But really quickly, I want to say for the announcements, I want you on the threads, folks. Try out your comments now. I've changed as much as I can change on the back end to enable all of your comments to come through. So please try it again. And if they're still censoring, then I guess just keep trying. I've opened it up as much as possible to your comments. I want you to be able to participate. Please do. And please try again. I'm going to be making a FAQ for going free clubs, how to start them. And Anglo America has been kind enough to send me a bunch of questions. And so big round of raucous emojis for him and helping me out here so that the kinds of things that he would like to know, others are going to like to know about starting GFCs. And so I will be making that as soon as I possibly can. So thank you. Big thank you to Anglo America for that. I also want to bring your attention to this fact. The anti-whites at YouTube are deleting your subscriptions. Right now is a great example. I just watched over the past week my subscription count go from, I think it was roughly like 187 or something like this. I watched it go all the way up over the span of a week to 206. I mean, this is over 22,000. So it was 22,187, and it went 22,000 all the way up to 206. In the span of 24 hours or just over, now it went from 206 down to 190, and it might be lower than that by now. In fact, if I swivel around, I mean, maybe it is. Let's see. Will it tell me on here or not? Maybe I got to get onto it. Okay, no, it's still saying 190, 22,190. So I don't know. We need to come up with a way. I'm thinking maybe this. In the description, I put a link to a subscribe to No White Guilt here, in addition to the subscribe button on the channel, and then that can be something that every new subscriber, when they click on and they become a subscriber on that other site or that other location, that their subscription is not immediately deleted. What I'm guessing is happening is the anti-whites are deleting those who have just subscribed because they don't know that they're missing something, right? You all know, well, Jason's going to be at 5 on Sundays Eastern time, But somebody who's brand new is not going to know. So when the next week rolls around and the next week rolls around, they're going to completely forget about us. They're going to completely forget about me. And I am so just watching this. It's just, it climbs a week, week and a half, 2 weeks. It's a steady climbing. And then in the span of a day, 2 days or whatever, it all gets wiped out. So I'm guessing that they are deleting those who are brand new subscribers. So we got to figure something out. We got to be smart and find a way around it. Let's see. The content creator that I wanted to share today is, and you all can let me know if he's still around, it's Wake Up Western Kind. And on Twitter, that's twitter.com/up, WHITEY. Twitter.com/UP, WHITEY. Wake Up Western Kind. Make sure you follow Wake Up Western Kind. Thank you so very much. We have 2 pieces of mail. I think I'll go ahead and get to them next week. One of them is from the great Elaine Sabatino, and it's a beautiful little card. Scary's Halloween. I feel like I'm just getting fired up, like I'm making my comeback. I'm getting my second win, but we're running out of time. So isn't that the way it works? Okay, I want to quickly read a couple of these comments and then see if you all have anything else to say quickly before we make the call. Boomer32 says, Jason is like an Orthodox saint who fights with demons. Well done. It's absolutely true. Yep. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Tetsu says, in regard to AntNats now using at NT, using, I guess this is, okay, this is what he's saying. In regards to the antique nationalists now using anti-white and saying they always did, I know for a fact Race and Nature on Twitter and Gab is doing that. That little, Tetsu writes, female dog even blocked me for encouraging him to take on your lexicon and drop the Nazi LARPing while calling you, Jason, a cult leader. So apparently Race and Nature has been calling me a cult leader. Okay. Tetsu says, he ends his post with, he's a massive tool. Okay. Yeah, well, if he is trying to disparage the good work we're doing with a smear that will prevent white people from coming to the success of going free, he's worse than a tool. But of course, you can go back in time and see what people were using, kind of language they used. And they definitely hated on me making the arguments to use anti-whitism. Flowering freely writes, watching this stream, seeing 2 of our brothers collaborating to translate these already ingenious concepts and psychological defense into their equivalents in other beautiful languages of Western kind serves as a great reminder that our people's ingenuity and creativity and creative spirit lives on. We are more than equipped to take on and put an end to the great evil of our age, anti-whitism, by coming together and going free as one. Very heartening. Yeah, exactly. Coming together, translating the concepts so that they can be used and are successfully being used in our beautiful languages. TJ, we had TJ earlier, writes, a very positive and uplifting episode. Thanks, Jason, and all the others and chat. I'm going to have to come back to the rest of these because we are 16 minutes away. Let me see if anybody has anything else to say here. Looks like we are clear on entropy. Thank you all for coming out on this Halloween. And Euro Yankee, great to see you. I don't know if you've been here the whole time, but I see you now. And we see really quickly, I'm going to skim through here to see if I've missed anybody's comments to me. And we're going to get out of here. Roy Danton saying, brother, do I remember correctly that you once called infighting an MP because it means that you're supposed to tolerate even the worst ideas? Yes, it is an MP. to say that you can't infight or you can't. Well, first of all, it is what's being done with us and the NJP is inappropriate association. So to call it infighting is incorrect in the first place. But from their perspective, the people who are incorrectly associating the practice of going free and by the way, those who are out there who think that you're going to be able to get like folks in the NJP to use the concepts in the practice of going free, that is quixotic as all hell. They are not. They absolutely have a massive immune response to everything from the practice of going free, except anti-white. They're using anti-white now, aren't they? They didn't in the past. They still don't use it as frequently as they should. In fact, in the conversation that Warren had with Tim, there's a point where Tim was asking him, why not just say anti-white and call them anti-white? And then Warren says, I should get the quote to be sure, so I could be wrong. But he says something like, no, you should call them Jews. Well, when I say anti-white, I don't mean Jews. I mean people who are anti-white of all races. So yeah, this whole infighting means you would have to, it's an MP because it means that you would have to tolerate every asinine, backward, dangerous, and harmful idea. And if it's a proper association in the first place. So it means that no criticism can be applied. And nobody is going to the NJP. Rest assured, nobody's going to the NJP and saying, "Oh, you can't think that because don't you know that the folks over at Going Free that they have said the other, and for you to say this now is for you to disagree with them, and you shouldn't disagree with them because then it splits us up." That's not happening. Come on, it's only these people coming saying that to me and to us because we don't feel the urge of that programming to automatically fall in line with a worship of the Third Reich and these ideas. Anglo America says, will you address my questions about the GFC tonight? No, brothers, not enough time. I wish. I want to make a really solid, short video. And hopefully we'll be able to get to that this week. All right, let me just sliding through the chat and seeing if I missed anybody's comments. I imagine if I approach, Elaine Sabatino writes, I imagine if I approach strangers in a parking lot and ask them, or she just writes, imagine if I approach strangers in the parking lot and ask them if they ever got the feeling we lost World War II, I'd end up in a psych ward. Yeah. Yes, you would. You certainly, technically, that could be an exaggeration. Technically, you would certainly not win them over. I mean, this idea, like that Warren has, that every Trump voter is a national socialist, in the vein that he's a national socialist, and that there are other people on the board have said that all of these, in fact, I think Warren said it on Tim's show, and God bless him for speaking so frankly, that he said all blacks hate Jews and all this group hates Jews and all that. That is, oh my gosh, please do not, from my perspective, from those who are going free, this is folly. I'll be very kind. It is a radically inaccurate assessment of the world. And again, Warren has been very kind to draw a very stark dividing line, and you can, if you want, to go be a Roman saluting National Socialist in the United States, there are groups for you. And NJP is one of them. I guess that other group that they work with, the American Defense Skinheads, that's another one. But now, this place is not for you, if that's what you want to do. So I thank Warren for making it very clear that of the huge difference is really something. And I'm really grateful that he made it very clear. DM says, did NJP slag off NWG? It almost doesn't end. I've been very kind to them, and but they they're content folks, and then as a consequence of their slandering, mocking, ridiculing, etc., never taking on the arguments and the positions, but as a consequence, they now have a bunch of followers who they can't stop talking about me and posting messages and the rest that I have to delete. So I had to come out tonight and point out respectfully to all that Warren vindicated me with my claims. I haven't said anything more, not one shred more. In fact, the things that I've said, they would all be very proud of. Simon JJ says, fantastic stream tonight. Thank you, brother. And Mr. V, get ready. Magnificent Kevin, I tried to report someone who was impersonating you, and when it asked me what channel, I typed it in, and it said the channel doesn't exist. YT is definitely messing with you. Wow. Thank you for that, brother. I appreciate it. Thank you for that input. Elaine says, boo, we're going to have to change the, share, rather. We'll have to share all of the good stuff that she made next week or sometime during the week. Here's Ian Wilson saying, I remember how careful Jason was to be polite when he made his earliest criticisms of NJP. His good faith wasn't reciprocated. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate that. My good faith and my comportment was irrelevant. The attack was on, and it hasn't. It's waxed and waned, but it hasn't stopped. So we have a $1 financial gift from Slots. It says, for entropy question widget, posted third response to you. Thank you, brother. So was that earlier? I can't see a time on that. Was that earlier? That you cannot, by way of Google Pay, financially gift through entropy. We'll figure it out. Here goes the phone call. I'm going to give some time to Mr. V. I want to give you more time, but this is all the time we have tonight, at least.
Hello, brother, and happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween. The floor is yours. You have the rest of the time, brother.
Thank you. And by the way, we are the scariest thing to anti-whites. So every Halloween is going to be very special from now on.
That's right.
Yeah, brother, I wanted to quickly mention that Alternative Voices Portal told me that his video, your video on Worski, because he clips and archives all of these, it's now available on his Odysee channel.
Nice.
So people from the Europe and England who could not see it previously because it was on BitChute, it's now on Odysee. So go to Alternative Voices Portal, his Odysee channel, and make sure to subscribe. And the same thing for Evidence Violates Community Guidelines, his Odysee channel. I know you mentioned it before, brother, but it only really works if people go and they sub. So make sure that whenever Mr. Köhne mentions someone, one of our brothers or sisters, that you go and you sub to them. Another thing, brother, I wanted to mention, I'm planning a video on God's side with Baldur.
Awesome.
And he mentioned that he'll help you with editing your video as well if you'd like your video on Sod.
Okay. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, because I've got all of that together, and I've got a pretty good idea about how I'd like to present it. But great. That's great news. Okay.
Yeah, and also, a quick thing, bro, because I was translating and I sent this to Baldur, the appendix from the previous version of Go Free, and I just got the second iteration about a week ago, and it's awesome.
All right.
How thick it was, I now know what Carlin feels like, because I just wanted to eat the whole thing. I now know exactly what she feels like.
That's great.
But yeah, brother, there's a couple of issues that I'm wondering when it comes to the flexibility of translating Go Free, because Western kind doesn't come out too well.
Right.
So, but it comes out as, it's either Western humanity is how it comes out, or Western species is how it comes out.
Okay.
And then, yeah, and then there's a couple of things that also don't go too well that I'm still trying to figure out. Stuff like white flighting and support shamming. But most of the appendix and the MCs that I translate very well. It's just a couple of words. So I'm wondering about the flexibility in translating Go Free. If what your thoughts are on that?
Well, my first thought is, let's try in the population that speaks X language, whatever it is, try to deliver the concept Western kind in English, and then explain it in X language, whatever it might be, and see how readily or how difficult it is for folks to be able to just adopt the English concept and understand it, just like everyone around the world understands blitzkrieg and so many other concepts that are not native to our language. Let's see first if there's a big problem, if it just sounds really weird to their ear because of their construction of words, then we might have to move a little bit more laterally with the description. And I suspect that's where you're going with the question. So obviously you're translating you're not in the countries. So we're going to have to get folks in the countries for the languages that you are translating to get out into the world and to begin using and attempting to define the concept, the English concept in their language, and then see, is it picked up? Because like Western kind, the way it sounds to our ear is going to be, different to the way it sounds to a Frenchman. It's going to be different to the way it sounds to a Spaniard or whatever, language where there might be an issue. And it might sound like blitzkrieg sounds to most, I think, is a memorable sounding word and concept. So Western kind might be for one group something it sounds really cool to their ear, and they'll remember it, and it'll make sense for them once they have the description of what it is. And then in another group, maybe it sounds really awkward and weird with their native tongue, and we'll just have to address it on a case-by-case basis, I think.
Yeah, you're right on about that, brother. Unfortunately, I'm not in the countries that I'm translating, so I'll either have to speak to people in Canada who are part of those countries originally, or I will have to enter in contact with people in those countries that are going free, which I had already planned to do anyway. I think that's very important. So thank you for that, brother. And a final thing, I sent you a file on CryptPad, and CryptPad is an encrypted collaboration program, and it's got a password. It's kind of a private thing, but it's related to the GFC. So you can check out that file, and you can see sort of the introductory questions for the vetting. It's not all of the questions. There's a deeper process, and I'll send you that also in a CryptPad file later. But yeah, I'm already taking applications, and someone's already begun to apply, and I'm going through the vetting process now. If other people want to apply to the GFC in Canada, I'm in Ontario, by the way. I have no problem saying that. So that's the province that I'm in. But message me at gofreeclub@protonmail.com and let me know if you're looking for online, in person, or both.
Nice.
So that's where you can reach me if you want to join the GFC, gofreeclub@protonmail.com.
Fantastic. Yeah, folks, get that down. If you want to participate with Mr. V and his GFC, you can. I think this is going to be the case for you, right, Mr. V, that a person can be within meeting up distance, but they can also be further away and just be in the group by way of a group chat or something like that. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, brother. If someone is within meeting distance, maybe even if they're in a different city, I'm in a city, or a town, I can meet up with them. Also, if I can't meet with them within weeks or months, we'll plan it out so that eventually it happens. But the goal is the vetting goes through completely once we've met a few times, because I think it's very important to take it from online into in person. And I agree with you, brother, when you say that, just because it's in person doesn't mean that's totally the way. I want to combine both of these. I think that's very important. So if you're in the US, if you're in another country, that's fine. You can totally join the GFC and you can just be online, but everyone goes through the same vetting. And also, I plan to coordinate with other GFCs. So if you're in my GFC, but then someone in your area makes one and I'm in contact with whoever the leadership for that GFC is, I'll let them know that you've gone through my vetting.
Cool.
If I trust that person from that GFC leadership, I let them know how you did in your vetting. And of course, the only way you'd get in is if you pass. And then you two can take it from there, and then that other person will put you through their vetting. And that's how it would work. So I plan to coordinate with GFCs as well. So it's not a problem, whatever country you're in. If you want to join mine, it's at Go Free Club. It's gofreeclub@protonmail.com.
Nice. That is awesome, brother. You are such a champion. What else did you want to share with us?
Well, that was more or less about it, brother. And I will send you the vetting protocol later and the details. And I want to be very detailed with it. Okay. Have the purpose laid out, have a kind of code of honor that I believe that all people who join a GFC should follow, so they can treat their brothers and sisters like Prometheans. And it's not just for, chatting around. It's so that we can get work done. That's what matters. And we can build bonds as Western kind.
Yeah. God bless you, man. That is fantastic. Well, you're one of our very best. Folks, let's get a big raucous round of emojis going for the great Mr. V and this success. There are going to be people starting up GFCs all around the world, and nothing like this has happened before. And Mr. V is going to be, obviously, as you can hear it, leading the way on setting the table on how this sort of thing can get rolling. And that means he's going to do some things right off the bat. Some things will be mistakes, and then he'll reel it in and move forward again. And those mistakes will all be able to learn by as a consequence. It's so beautiful. I just love it. Thank you so much for everything you're doing, brother. Anything final you want to say before we let you roll out on this Halloween?
Well, thank you, brother. That's very kind. And yeah, I left you a question on Skype. So if you'd like, we can talk more about that later. But that's all for now, brother. Have a great and happy Halloween. And same to all of you, brothers and sisters. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween, brother. We'll talk next time. Promethean Hails.
Promethean Hails.
All right. That was fantastic. With just a couple minutes, I'm going to take a look to see. God, Mr. V is rocking it, isn't he? It's just one thing after another. This guy is, if we could all be like some of these folks that are just true titans. My gosh, like Fornull, Mr. V, Elaine Sabatino, Yiz the Unifier. I mean, there's so many. I wish I could name them all. Nathaniel, Naderific, Brand Danger. I would just go on and on and on about the magnificent work that everybody's doing. If we could all be like that, just imagine. We are the size of this community, the size of the community of those who are going free in service to white well-being, they're practicing the practice of go free, is relative to like the white sympathetic sphere, not huge by any means. We're quite we're not a small community by no question, but relative to it, we're certainly not like half the size or anything of that nature. And then the percentage of those in this community who are then also going out there on a scale bigger than just themselves, which is fine. If you are just working on yourself with going for your treating yourself for your mean pathogens, these anti-white concepts, very easy to understand. Treating yourself for these anti-white concepts, that's great. But if you are going bigger, if you're sharing and spreading, the percentage of those folks is even smaller. And then look at that number has changed the world already, has already changed the world. Why in God's name, I ask myself, why in God's name would anyone do anything else? I've never said that the practice of going free and all of the program that I've put together many years ago and went through iteration after iteration and perfected increasingly by way of learning what the anti-whites do, what works in the world, etc. All of that work that I've done, I'm not saying, never said that was the only way, but we can clearly look at the world and see that this is the only thing that has changed the world. This is it. This is it. Nothing else has changed the world for the better of our people. And we will continue to do that. We will continue to have these massive successes. We are doing stuff. Who said that? The screen jumped on me. But yes, we're doing stuff. All right. I think we'll do one refresh here. And if I missed anything, we will come back to it, maybe with a roll in this week. I'll try to get some sleep, and we will come back with a roll in, or we'll be back here next Sunday, of course. You can count on that. I mean, the house could be on fire, and I would still be here. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I would have one hand on the fire extinguisher, and I'd have it going, and we would be putting the fire out because we're starting the metaphorical fire of recapturing our destiny. I saw some talk here, people asking about RC, and yeah, I don't know about these these comments about RC and what his deal was, and the negative things, saying negative things about me. That Tetsu was saying. I mean, we'll have to look into it. We'll have to find out if it's true. But it'd be a shame if it is true. We hope that's not the case. Ian says, get your sleep, brother. We need you at full energy to serve white well-being. Thank you for that. You know, it's crazy. I can have next to zero sleep. This has really got to hurt for the anti-whites, as well as the naysayers in the white sympathetic sphere who say, oh, it's not going to work. But, you know, I could be at next to zero sleep and still think circles around them. That's got to suck. But it's all put to, it was all, the way I see it is all of our industry and efforts, whatever our talents are and whatever hard work we put in to be a success at what we do in service to white well-being, it starts with a gift from our biospirit. And it's the only thing that can claim our life, which is why I will serve it to the very end of time. And with all of you, we will serve it and recapture our destiny. I love all of you and look forward to serving white well-being with you again as we go through the week. And a happy Halloween to you. Let's go free, everybody. I love you.